right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome one and all. Welcome all around the world to this. The temperature currently, as it stands right now, at 83 degrees. Water temperature is reportedly at 84, though I suspect it may be slightly hotter than that. Wind speed, as you can see, there's not a very little breath of wind out there, but for all intents and purposes, there isn't too much in the way of weather. Those of you that are looking on Lake 2, you've just seen the weather forecast as well, and a webcast and an event like this cannot be put on without some great support and great sponsors. This event is organized under Championships, is of course a good carbon innovation, and there you saw the remaining of our sponsors there. Now, so far as our webcast sponsors are concerned, we have support from Splash Ice, Goode again, AWSA, and the 5 regions that the AWSA govern to organize a tournament water skiing within the United States of America. Now, within the next few moments, you're going to see a schedule on both of our webcasts, both on Lake 1 and on Lake 2, for the events to come. And there you see on Lake 1 and Lake 2. Let's have a look on Lake 1 for starters, shall we? On Lake 1, we're going to start off with the tricks event, men's 11, 10, 9. Women's 7 and 8, men's 6, girls 2, boys 2, and women's 3. That is what's coming your way on Lake 1. On Lake 2, we have slalom all day, right from the start. We've got girls 1, boys 1, women's 6, men's 6, women's 7 and 8, women's 6, and men's 6. So we have got an absolute jam-packed day of skiing. Whether you like trick, whether you like slalom, it's all there for you. For those of you that are wondering where the jump event is, the jump event starts actually tomorrow. So, but for the time, the names of the various donors that have contributed financial support for this webcast, and a big shout out has to go to Jeff Surday for getting that crowd fund situated and getting all of you good folks to contribute just a little to making this webcast possible. In amongst all, tell you what, they are going to be in for a treat. All right. And as we look on the webcast, both Lake 1 and Lake 2, you're going to see various views on the Lake 1 webcast. You'll see in our podium, that's where the medalists, All right, then, a quick note of our sponsors once again. Already mentioned USA Sphere, HO, D3, Conley, and Radar. And those are the national sponsors that are involved in making this event possible. Yes, indeedy. And I tell you what, it's going to be an absolute cracker. I mean, I can barely contain my excitement at this point in the proceedings, and we're about 15 minutes away from starting with our first competitors. And I tell you what, the first few competitors from men's 11 and men's 10 tricks, they are the elder statesmen in the sport, so to speak. We've got a couple of competitors in men's 11, which is basically ages 85 and on. I'll look at the list of competitors that we got coming up. On Lake 1, we've got Roger Wall and Elgin Faulkner, those two competitors in men's 11. Bruce Cundy in men's 10 to come afterwards. Then we've got Howard Little, Errol Bryant, and Stan Switzer in men 9. And those are the first of 3 age categories coming up. The running order there for that event starts off with girls 1 slalom. And girls 1 slalom consists of Grace Harden, Stella Gray, Sadie Anderson, Zoe Atwell, Ada Harden, and the rest go from there. That's actually one of our bigger slalom events taking place today, so that's probably going to take a while to resolve itself all the way. In watching us the last few minutes, you'll have seen the various views. We've got a camera in each one of our 2 trick boats, and which will no doubt enhance viewing for all of you guys and girls watching the webcast, but it also provides a boost for our officials, who will be able to actually score live, so to speak, instead of what has become a trend now, them having to score retroactively. They're now actually within minutes of their performances concluding on the trick lake, so to speak. Slalom's a little bit more clear cut, naturally. Whatever you see in the water is what they score, you know. So we'll see what happens there with girls 1, which is our first slalom event, and just which brings us to about the era of the tail end of the Great Depression, around about 1936. Roosevelt was just about to start his second term of office. And obviously tumultuous events were taking place. Louisiana. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and you're receiving a live cast feed on both lakes. And for those of you that are watching our feed on lake number 1, the Star Spangled Banner is making its way down the lake. And in just a moment,
Tony, can you cue the Star Spangled Banner for me? Let's go.
Do I need to go green, blue, red, blue into this, or just into that?
all right then, folks. We've got some trickers on the dock. Our first competitor out. I think it's going to be Robert Wall coming up with our prior to each event taking place. We've got the simulation pass, and you saw a quick view of the tricking boat, and And there you see an example of we'll highlight those competitors in just a moment. So now we've got Keith Lindemulder on Lake 2. And but on this webcast on Lake 1, we've got the opportunity to see Roger Wall, our first competitor out. Is it going to be a girls one competitor course, trying to get some warm-ups out the way? It's going to be 2 ski tricks. There we go, a side slide, and there's the reverse. Jinxing from one. Oh, he tries to go for the 180 and couldn't quite pull that one off. So we'll take a look at the instant replay for Roger Wall, and two solid tricks to start off with, but unfortunately an attempt on the third came up a little bit short, as we'll see right here, and takes a dive, and Roger Wall will. Here's Grace Harden. A little bit of nerves on that face right there, Keith. But hopefully she can hold it all together. And actually, I think her sister. So there you go on Lake 1. There you go. You see on the left-hand side of the screen is Keith Lindemulder, and here is me, Tony Lightfoot. Great to have you on board. Now we'll switch over to Lake number 1 from the tricking boat, and let's see.
Looks like we're about ready to get underway with Grace.
All right, so and looks like first trick. Here he goes for the second, goes for the reverse slide, and I think he got those 2 tricks away. Oh, there we go, the 180 to the back, the same trick that he fell on with 2 skis. Oh, he does it again just to make doubly sure that he got the points on that one. Now, does he go for the reverse one? No, that was just a 180 again. That was a repeat, and I think 20 seconds will have expired. So Roger Wall has been making his way back to the shore and giving us the opportunity to see Elgin Faulkner.
Please go. Grace, this is 15 mile an hour fast.
And we're waiting for Elgin Faulkner. Yeah.
Can't thank Goode once again, stepping up to the plate and being our title sponsor here at the National Championship.
All right then, so a lot of action taking place on Lake 1 and also on Lake 2. Lake 1, we've got Elgin Faulkner. This man, points for tricking are actually equivalent to 2 ski points. So, and obviously if he's going to come into the course on a wakeboard, then he's going to stay like that for both passes. So we'll see what he can muster. Now, Elgin Faulkner comes into this event with an average of 580 points, which is about 220 points higher than Roger Wall's average. So, Elgin Faulkner coming in on pass number 1. And Elgin Faulkner almost collecting the island to two ski point values because he is riding the wakeboard, and I think collegiate rules actually dictate how it's scored from here. But I tell you what, to mention Elgin Faulkner in the same breath as collegiate skiing is, I would say, a little bit of a stretch. I think his college days were over as World War II was just about to end. But Elgin Faulkner, again it does that he could well carry the day so far as men's 11 tricks is concerned. Does not want to go around that island. That's that I think that was the reason why he actually let go of the handle, because I think even at the best of times, trying to ride a wakeboard around that island here on Lake One is a bit challenging. So Elgin Faulkner, smart guy, give him credit where credit is due, and we'll see what at this. Goes for the surface 5, which he gets. Look at this. Elgin Faulkner going for the surface 7 and losing the handle a little bit, and I think that might have done it for Elgin Faulkner. So without the benefits 10, and that is going to feature none other than the fluorescent man himself, who dresses all in fluorescent orange. It is going to be none other than Bruce Cundy. So Bruce Cundy continuing to roll, looking in good shape. Bruce Cundy there with the wrap going into the Waco and not looking bad. Look, Cundy all the way through on his opening pass, and this is men's 10, which is age 80-84. For those of you that are watching simultaneously, you are definitely one of those. So we'll try and highlight those. There are a total of 13 junior skiers across the junior divisions, all entering the Goode National Water Ski Championships for the very first time, and they would get their entrance fee paid for, courtesy of the title sponsor of these now. And Bruce Cundy coming in. Championship in men's 11 and the men's 10, certainly an automatic there for Bruce Cundy. Now, Howard Little now. Howard Little, this is men's 9. We are trying to keep this tricks event going quickly. Does he go for the reverse? Nicely done. Very good straight back, a good knee and ankle bend, and the smoothest that we've seen so far out of our competitors, and goes for the wake back to back, and he gets that. Missed the wake coming back in for the reverse wake back to back, but I tell you what, solid as you like there for Howard Little. About to come in for his second and final 22nd pass, and this is the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and it's great to have the pleasure of your company. Back in the toe front, reaching for the handle, but just couldn't get it to go. I kind of suspected that you want to go for the step tricks, but just take a look at these tricks there. That's the toe back and keeping good line control with the toe front and reaching for the handle. I don't know what kind of handle configuration he has, whether it's the bear trap or just the sling type mechanism for clasping onto that toe foot. But whichever one it was, it didn't. 67 points. We'll see how we are going forwards. So, a lot of activity on both docks. And here comes Errol Bryant. Now, this is men's 9, for those of you that need to be reminded so far as the age categories are concerned. And on the wake back, again, a little bit unstable there. So Errol Bryant born in the era where the 34th president was in office, the 34th substitute social studies teacher. So a little bit of knowledge thrown your way as to the various eras of American history, especially whenever we consider that the oldest division that we've had so far is men. Bryant getting a few tricks done, looking pretty strong. So there we go. That's good stuff there. So tournaments, hey, who it is? It's Errol Bryant. Our officials in their due diligence, holding the sheet of paper in front of us, detailing the boat speed and whatever else that the officials need to effectively officiate this event. So looking pretty good, and certainly one of our lighter skiers coming into this event so far. That is Errol Bryant. Wake back and wake front. Now let's see if he can control. Oh, here he goes. He's going to go for the line back here. Oh, it goes straight. And that's what Errol Bryant tried to do, the latter part, and unfortunately it didn't quite work for him. We're looking at the instant replay. A decent pull, but went straight-legged over, and down he went. So now we're down to our last competitor in men's 9 tricking. Men's 9 tricking will feature Mastercraft is being deployed at this time, and we are running 2 boats to keep the tricks event. Oh, and it's a handle throw there. Whoa, a little bit of drama with Stan Switzer approaching the course behind the Mastercraft. Now, did he throw it too late, or did he throw it right on time? Only the officials will be able to tell us whether Stan Switzer will get a rerun coming in on pass number 1. He didn't like what he saw so far as the speed was concerned. So Stan Switzer, failure to get the proper speed for Stan Switzer, which means the boat is nosing back towards the starting dock and will make a turn and then come back and bring in Stan Switzer. Now this is his second attempt at the first pass, and he doesn't get any more do-overs at this point so far as incorrect speed. Lakes, our boat sponsors, Nautique, Mastercraft, and Malibu. Our remaining national sponsors, Marine Power, OJ Props, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, Shoulder Sphere, HO, D3, Radar, and Conley. All right, so here we go. Stan Switzer, re-ride on pass number 1. He looks like the speed is to his liking, and he's going to start with a toe 3 to start pass number 1. So, and trying to points, and unfortunately not getting any of the points for that tricks as a result of that fall, but a decent effort there on pass number 1. This is our final men's 9 competitor, and that is Stan Switzer. We go on to women's 7 upon the conclusion of this section of the competition.
21 miles an hour, so a great job for Charlotte.
Up here a little bit. Now, what has become a trend over the last, I would say, about 20 or so years is the option for our skiers to actually change equipment between each pass. You know, they can change skis, they can change lines, and it's obviously yielded some advantage to some of our more elite skiers are going to uphold this one. But a little bit of drama going on here with the Lake 1 tricking. We've got Stan Switzer.
It's going to be her fourth pass at 23 miles an hour.
Wow. But there is, like I said, quite a bit of drama going on there. I mean, Stan Switzer, some national championship specials that you could take advantage of. You could go to splasheye.com, to have a look at these specials. You see them up on the screen right now. One of the nice things about the Splash Eye software is its integration into the WISTIM system, the water ski scoring system that is used in the United States primarily to score tournaments. And yeah, you see the specials up there, and you can get in touch with Donald Conley at splasheye.com. All right, then. So we see Stan Switzer in the boat there. I'm not too sure what the reason was behind his request for a rewrite. But good National Water Ski Championships.
I think it's our first year to ski four full passes. Come back at that boat speed.
So we've got plenty of skiing going on. We've got Girls 1 Slalom. My good friend Mr. Keith Lindemulder is announcing that event on the Lake 2 live stream. And on Lake 1, which is the one that you are looking at right now, we've got Stan Switzer.
Let's give a little noise there for Charlotte as she goes by, doing a great job.
So
Greg, just so you know what's going on.
all right, so for those of you that need to be reminded of the schedule, here it is. We've already started. We've already gone through men's 11 and 10. We're on men 9 right now, the last skier of that division. Then we go women's 7 and 8, men's 6, girls 2, boys 2, and women's 3. For those of you that are keeping an eye on what's going on the other lake for the webcast there, they're currently on girls 1, and they will continue on with boys 2, women's 6, men 6, women's 7, 8, women's 6, and then men 6. So, all right then. So I think we got Stan Switzer coming up in just games made by Stan Switzer in terms of getting the right speed for his first 22nd pass at the very least. So I mean, less than half a dozen skiers into the competition, and already a little bit of drama in the tricks event. And yes, indeed, it wouldn't be the national championships if there wasn't a little bit of drama thrown in for good measure, no matter where it comes from. This is the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and it's great to have the pleasure of your company right here at Tri Lakes in Zachary, Louisiana. So now here we go with
Junior skiers, for which it is their first nationals, and our title sponsor at the Goode USA Water Ski National Championships, Goode Skis, has
so just going through the final part of getting everything situated with our towboat for Stan Switzer. And once again, this broadcast brought to you by Splash Eye, top water ski software, as you can see, since 1996. So they're far from newcomers into this game of tournament water skiing, installations across 20 countries around the world, and they've been around for 10 of the last 11 U.S. National Championships. And you can find more details by going to splasheye.com/nationals.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you always have a 1 + 1 - 2. I mean, +2 is
So, all right then. So on dockside right now, we have got Stan Switzer. He's getting his foot back into that ski, and I think everything is situated there for Stan Switzer. Moving forwards now, and he's had three. This is going to be his upcoming third attempt. He's had two. So, Stan Switzer coming into the course. All right, Stan Switzer approaching the course now. Men's 9 tricking. Our final competitor there, searching for the gold medal, as it were. Here we go. Stan Switzer. This is going to be a toe O. Starts off well. There we go with the toe wake back and the toe wake front. Does he go for the wrap toe side? No, actually goes for the 180 to the back and the regular 180 into the front. Oh, look at this. Nicely done by Stan Switzer. And I think he's definitely safe to say that the decision that he made to protest on that second one is paying dividends. He made it all the way through. A good effort there from Stan Switzer. A lovely trick in there from him as we continue right along.
Down on the end of the lake, and they will be bringing your boat back at 17 miles an hour for their second pass. We watch Eddie
So,
on the dock.
So Stan Switzer getting ready for pass number 2, I would surmise. I don't know whether he'll be changing out any equipment. I surmised before that the reason they were having a little bit of a delay after his second attempt was to change skis and change ropes and what have you, which is kind of in the domain of more of our elite skiers, but you know, that option is still open for every division. So yeah, and as a matter of fact, wow, here we go. Change out the ski. He goes from one trick ski brand to another, keeping his trick boot on his foot.
That was good.
So nice. Okay, so.
I'm gonna go around the island here.
And actually has changed out his ski and his line. As you notice, he went with the bear trap mechanism there for his toe tricks.
Just stay calm, Stan. Take a deep breath. That was good.
No hurry. I don't need to get them all in.
We're coming. All right.
So Stan Switzer dropping into the water with a rope, sands the bear trap and going with the handle pass handle. It's obviously going to be a little bit lighter and won't distract him nearly as much. All right, so here we go on Lake 1. This is going to be Stan Switzer approaching the course right now and has one attempt to try and get... Oh, no, and that's a second attempt to try and get wrapped in for a wake line O, missing the handle twice. Now, this is obviously going to distract him quite a bit. He's approaching the course, but I tell you what, that bump in adrenaline may have actually given him a positive boost here, because he's going into these wake back-to-backs and doing a fine job with them. Certainly an experienced campaigner, no shadow of a doubt there, and nicely done. Completing as much as he wanted to on that second pass, and I think you're probably looking, for all intents and purposes, at the men's 9 national champion. His third attempt to try and catch that handle prior to the wake line O But I tell you what, some good skiing there from Stan Switzer. As he works his way through the surface back-to-backs, keeping the handle low, keeping it close. And there goes for the wake back and the wake front. And after that wake front, I think his energy is spent. Maybe a little bit of the victim of the heat here in South Louisiana. Although, having said that, he's from a pretty hot spot in skiing himself. Definitely a well-known character in Florida water skiing. Skis over at Ski Paradise, which is in Mulberry in Florida. But now, we're now going to the first of our women's competitors. Yes, indeed. Women's 7, and it's going to be Cheryl Schmidt. Okay, so Cheryl Schmidt. So it looks like Cheryl Schmidt is going to go with hand tricks first, settling in. With the side slides to start things off for Cheryl Schmidt. There we go with the Surface 360s. Nicely done. And does she have enough left in the tank to produce some more tricks with the Surface back-to-backs? Not too sure about that first Surface back-to-back. I don't think the ski actually made it all the way round. In order to score these tricks, you have to complete the full rotation that trick prescribes. So if you start in the back and you intend to do a Surface back-to-back, then that ski has got to rotate all 360 degrees from back to back. And that was a little bit of a Cliff Notes, a Trick Skiing 101 thrown out there for you that are watching this event for the first time. And for those of you that are watching around the world, you are most welcome. And for those of you that are watching on the Mountain Time and West Coast, you're definitely some hardy souls right now. I mean, we're just a little bit approaching 8 o'clock in the morning, and here are our sponsors for the Goode U.S. National Water Ski Championships. You see them right up there on the screen. We're definitely grateful for those guys' support. HOD Free Conley, Radar Skis, Marine Power, OJ Props, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, Shoulder Sphere, our national towboat partners for USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Nautique, Malibu, and Mastercraft. Tri-Lakes and Goode are our major sponsors as well. All right, so second pass. So here we go. This is going to be hand tricks on nicely done wake back and wake front. Looking strong. Oh, and goes for the reverse wake back and not enough power. Going up to the event and up to the wake, and you've got to commit to the trick, as they say. And there we go, wake back and wake front. Now, that's the easy part. Now, the more difficult part comes up for her when she tries to do the same trick but in reverse. Cases the top of the wake, takes a big old hit out the back, and they're not without its painful moments. So trust me, I've taken a back head slap one or two times. And even some of the more elite skiers, some of the more elite trickers have even suffered some concussions by landing in that way. Those skiers performing backflips with backwards landings, they're definitely painful, no matter who you are. All right, then. So we have got Lisa Harrison now. Lisa Harrison, who is definitely a legend in this particular division. In women's 7, this is Lisa Harrison, who actually owns the facility in which the boarding school bases their operations. So the likes of Freddie Winter and Travis Moy are definitely indebted to her in no small fashion. Here we go. This is Lisa Harrison with surface tricks, and let's see what she's got. There's the surface 360. There's the goes for the surface 5. Now let's see if she can go with the wake back to back. There's the reverse, and nicely done. Yes, and wow. I mean, she probably had about a couple of seconds to spare, and Lisa Harrison, her foot is in the toe right now, and she's getting warmed up for a toe pass. Now, obviously, that carries a little bit of risk to it, but I'll explain a little bit more about that in just a moment. So, line back and line front, foot in the back binding, and the remainder of her tricks looking in splendiferous there for her. So, So, not looking too bad, and hey guys and gals, welcome to Tri-Lakes. This is the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championship. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He, pointing the pencil in the right direction there, that's Keith Lindemulder. He is announcing for Lake 2 on the Slalom Lake. On the other webcast, you'll be able to listen to his dulcet tones. And we'll continue with the slalom event as we keep the tricks event flowing with our second competitor out, Lisa Harrison.
Basically what you see on the screen is the same thing I see, and I have a running order, so it's hard for me to tell exactly who's on the water or not.
All right, Lisa's back up for pass number 2 on the trick lake. Folks coming around the island, getting ready to line up through the course.
All right.
Lisa with her stand-up hand.
All right, so we have got Lisa Harrison now. Now, she's going to go in for toe tricks. Now, she performed some toe tricks out of course after the first pass to get everything settled in. Now, let's see what she does with the opening trick. This should be either a toe 3 or a toe 5. It's a toe 3. She stops short of completing the 540 degrees. But she goes in for a toe surface tricks now. And she goes for the toe sides, wrap toe side, performs those ones very, very neatly indeed. Toe wake front. Now, let's see what she does next. There we go. Reverse toe back to back, and whoa! And lets the line out a little bit on the attempt on the reverse toe back to back, and unfortunately Lisa Harrison goes down on that particular move. But I tell you what, she's definitely has enough points at the moment to quite possibly put her in the lead with one skier remaining, and that one skier remaining is going to be Janie Fushold. So whilst Janie Fushold is on deck, we're looking at the instant replay for Lisa Harrison. Good knee and good ankle bend, a good solid foundation there for Lisa Harrison. And I tell you what, whoa, and towards the back, and just one of those situations where she lost a little bit of control, and that is all she wrote. Janie Fushold now. Janie Fushold, who has represented the United States at senior level in various competitions, whether it be the Pan American Championships or indeed the World Senior Water Ski Championships, World Over 35 Championships.
All righty, still leading the pack. One boy at 25 miles an hour, Charlotte Pagor.
All right, back on the trick lake. We have Jamie Fushold.
Okay, here we go. Janie Fushold now. They're looking in very, very good shape. Keeping the handle nicely centered. Not leaning away too much with her upper body. Just trying to keep a good equilibrium on her ski. Nicely done with a couple of side slides at the end. Cherry on the top of the proverbial sundae. And there we go. Stand up all the way through. That is Jenny Fouchaud. Good attempt at the wake line back and line front. This is the outer wake step sequence that you'll see quite a lot of between now and the end of today. And she definitely knocks that down to perfection. So, nicely done. And back, there's Keith over there on the left-hand side of the screen, and he's announcing the Lake 2 Slalom. You can watch that, and but you're also watching the tricking event that's taking place on Lake 1, and that's with me announcing for that event. My name's Tony Lightfoot. Great to have the pleasure of your company once again. A quick look at the temperature. I think that temperature is going to be a little bit higher before the end of the day. Trust me on that. We'll try and get a more accurate reading. The water temperature probably the same as well. Wind speed, hardly a breath of wind out there. And I tell you, some great conditions out there, as is typically the case here at Tri Lakes in Zachary, Louisiana. Has hosted the national championships twice before, and in the 1980s, in 1984 and 1989. And those were definitely classic battles there for the ages. Right here in 2020, this is the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships. This is Jenny Fouchaud with the second and final 22nd pass. This consists of toes. Just trying to get the ski round, and there we go. Tries to go for the toe back-to-back reverse. I don't think she'll get that. There's the reverse toe side. Goes with the toe back and toe wake front. And I think she's plumb tuckered on that one, certainly.
Three really good skiers putting down some really good scores. It's going to come down to see what the scores say.
But there you go. That is Jenny Fouchaud. Trying to keep that line control. That's definitely a foundation, an essential foundation to completing a toe tricks is having that toe foot close to you and being able to control the slack and the tautness of that line when producing each trick. It's as relevant to our skiers in this category as it is to our elite skiers, who we'll see later on in the competition. All right, then, we've just seen Jenny Fouchaud, which concludes women's 7. We're now going to go to women's 8, and our first competitor on deck, getting ready to go, should be Anne Lore.
Next gear, camera B. And Lauren, next gear, camera B.
Copy, Amber, camera B, we're ready.
All right, get ready to go to the women's 8 division. We got Ann Lord about to get up behind the boat.
Rope low.
All right, we've got Anne Lore now, getting ready for that line to tighten.
On the slalom lake.
Now it looks like she's got the bear trap, and which would indicate that one of our passes is going to be toe tricks at the very least. Now, whether it's going to be the first or whether it's going to be the second pass, we will find out in just a moment. Now,
Throwing up a big wall of spray around 5 over to 6.
Now looking at our shoreline camera and seeing a little bit of the dockside area, and in the foreground you see the towboat. And here comes Anne Lore getting around the red buoy area, and we're going to see what she does with the side slide to the regular and reverse, holding the handle down for the wrap back, and then going with a regular reverse 180, not wrapped. There we go, wake back, and doing it the same method, but unfortunately getting a little bit unstable there. And I will mention this on several occasions: you've got to commit to the trick. And Laura in this instance didn't power up as much as she needed to get over that waker for the reverse. You'll see that in just a moment. But in the meantime, on the instant replay, you see where she where it's easier for her to edge and to complete that wrapped wake back. Now this is where she fell, got a little bit over the top, but unfortunately unable to compress on that landing, and down she goes with the reverse wake back. That is Anne Laure. Okay, on dock side. On dockside right now, getting ready to ski herself, is Donna Switzer, and her husband right there, Stan Switzer, getting ready to jump in the boat. Hasn't been that long since he last skied, you know, so that gives you a little bit of an indication of how much of a family sport tournament water skiing is, not only among our younger skiers and their parents and whatnot, but also among our upper age categories as well. You know, it's a sport that anyone, regardless of age, can enjoy. And you can find out more about water skiing, or indeed any of the sports divisions in the general field of water skiing, by going to usawaterski.org. It's our brand new website. usawaterski.org is the place to go to find out about tournament water skiing, which is slalom, tricks, and jump. Find out about barefooting, about kneeboarding, hydrofoiling, collegiate water skiing, whole bunch of stuff there under USA Water Ski. But we're on the slalom, tricks, and jump. This is tournament water skiing as it's known to the outside world. But here comes Anne Laure, looking in very, very good shape indeed, and goes early and goes in exactly the same fashion as a previous attempt at that reverse wake back. So she did the initial wake back and just allowed the ski to swing out, and her body didn't go with it, so she couldn't stay stable, and it was basically good night for her. So that was Anne Laure. Donna Switzer comes up next.
That's right. Make some noise. Tessie goes down. Girls run slalom.
Donna, okay, we got Donna Switzer coming into the course on Lake One.
On the water, women's 8, number 2 seed, Donna Switzer on the water as we speak.
Okay, so we got Donna Switzer on Lake One approaching the course, our second competitor out in the women's 7 tricks event. Actually, women's 8, I beg your pardon. This is women's 8. This is Donna Switzer. And good effort there for Donna Switzer. And you'll take a look at the instant replay on lake number 1. A good, solid opening pass. Okay, so while those of you watch the instant replay, that gave us the opportunity to have Donna Switzer prepare herself for pass number 2.
So Risa on the water, picking up 6 on her opening pass.
All right, on the slalom lake, we got Reese Boyle went out at 17 miles an hour in the pass.
So now this is Donna Switzer with a toe pass, getting it situated. And Donna Switzer going down halfway through on that one. Whether she has enough points in women's 8 to carry the day, I'm not too sure. She fell somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2 the way down the pass. And that's certainly going to have a detrimental effect upon the points that she will accumulate after the 2 20-second passes. Now, our next competitor to take to water, our last competitor in women's 8. This is Brenda Kavanaugh. Whoa, and oh, wow.
Big turn on number 2 for Reese. Got pulled out of body position and couldn't get around number 3, but she's going to keep going.
Ooh. Oh, my. I just had a sneak peek over on the lake too, and my good friend Mr. Chad Hunter, who comes to us out of Alabama, is his dulcet tones are delighting the folks there watching on Lake 2, and just saw Reese Bloyer powering up. That ski almost went past 90 degrees there, and unfortunately, All right, then. So now we've got Brenda Kavanaugh on lake number 1. This is the tricks event. Oh, look at this. Brenda Kavanaugh, wake back and wake front. Let's see what she does with the reverse wake back. Yes, indeed, she definitely commits to the edge on that one. And as a result, she's continuing to ski with the surface back and surface front, reverse surface back and reverse surface front, going for the surface back-to-backs, which she nails. There we go, wake back-to-back, and good edge on that one, rotates to the front, and that is all she run there for Brenda Kavanaugh on pass number 1. And I tell you what, looking in good shape and good skiing. Yeah. All right, then. So for those of you watching Lake 1, you're just seeing the tail end of Brenda Kavanaugh. And almost slipped into a little bit of a faux pas there with Brenda Kavanaugh and her surname sake, who is currently an occupant of the U.S. Supreme Court. But Brenda Kavanaugh is in the water at the moment. We're switching up between Pass 1 and Pass 2. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Chad Hunter. And we're doing simultaneous webcasts, folks. We're keeping the flow going. We're trying to get through as much as we can humanly possible. That's why we changed the start time from 7:30 to 7 a.m. on both lakes. Brenda Kavanaugh on lake number 1, toe back and toe front, toe sides. Now she goes straight up for the wake and goes for the initial toe wake back. Unfortunately, not quite getting the push necessary to go over that Nautique wake, and Brenda Kavanaugh, unfortunately, will have to swim in, and it's going to be tight. It's going to be a tight race between her and Donna Switzer for the title now in women's 8. So definitely some competition here, and you see that ski slide out from underneath her, and as they say, it's good night, Mr. Bond. All right, then. So on women's, we've got women's 8 now. We have got a huge division coming up. It's going to be men's 6. Men's 6 comes up. Greg Stokes will be our first competitor up in that division, and that will take place next. All right, so all right. Greg Stokes already in the water at this point and getting ready for his 2-pass attempt at tricks. All right, then, folks, on Lake 1, we have got Greg Stokes, our first competitor out in a stacked division in men's 6. In this division, we have 18 competitors, so certainly the medals and the top placements, the top 5 placements, certainly are not going to be clear-cut. I mean, the previous divisions that we had have maybe had three competitors in them most. Not so much here. So here we go. We have got Greg Stokes. Greg Stokes, who comes into these national championships with an average of 234 points.
Greg Stokes coming in on his straight pass for pass number 1, as coming in on her second pass, Charlie Jones bumped that speed up to 23 miles an hour.
All right, here we go. This is Greg Stokes. Men's 6. Couple of side slides now. We're looking to rock this one out. Oh, and letting the handle go off that reverse 180 from back to front. And Greg Stokes. So Greg Stokes in the water, getting ready for his second and final 20-second pass. Got as far as the reverse reverse back and reverse front, and no further than that, unfortunately. All right, then. So we've got Greg Stokes on, or well, in the water at this point. He's getting ready for his second and final 20-second pass. I would surmise that he'll be looking to repeat that pass with about a 236-point average. I don't think he has much in the way of toe tricks to offer us at this point. So, as Greg Stokes gets ready, a lot of excitement going on lake number 2. My good friend, Mr. Chad Hunter, presiding over that with his dulcet tones on the Lake 2 webcast, and Charlie Jones has taken the lead with I think a pass through 26 miles an hour. That was 24. So. All right, here we go. Greg Stokes, men's 6. First competitor, men's 6. Oh, and Greg Stokes tries to go towards the back and unfortunately unable to get that trick going. So he will swim in. Our first skier out in men's 6. All right, so a lot of skiing to come. Next competitor up on deck is John Wilkins in men's 6 tricking. An 18 skier field in this particular category. All right, then. So we got John Wilkins on lake number 1, getting ready to rock it. Ooh. All right, so we've got John Wilkins with 2 trick skis, a little bit of vintage skiing here, courtesy of John Wilkins. This is going to be men's 6 tricking. He's got the Conley Y tracks that were 1980 vintage. Those skis are older than a lot of our competitors competing in this event. And he's certainly making good use of them. Oh, look at that. Surface 720 right there. Let's see if he can match it with the reverse. Boom, hits that one, nails it. A back and a front, reverse back and reverse front. Oh, look at those surface back-to-backs. He's definitely playing it wise here. He's just trying to keep all of his surface 2-ski turns. Well, actually, surface tricks. Not really attempting the wake, but just trying to toto up as much as he can with surface tricks and not risking the wake per se. That's actually a wise strategy. We'll see what he can do with his next pass. He might have been saving those wake tricks for his second pass. We'll see what he can do. That is John Wilkins. All right, so right here on Lake One, he's Chad Hunter. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and I'm announcing for Lake One Tricks. We've got a whole great big schedule of events taking place. We're on men's 6 tricks right now. We'll actually have, and this is a rarity, we're actually going to have some competitive slalom skiing take place on Lake One here at Tri Lakes right after we get done with trick skiing. And the reason why we had to do that is because of the amount of competitors that have decided to make the trip down here to Zachary, Louisiana, to compete in these nationals. They were at the organizers here at the nationals were actually figuring that there was going to be maybe a little over 400 skiers registered for this event. Oh no, yeah, it's going to be closer to 600, and all one in that piece of the Nationals action. And here comes John Wilkins. And I'm not too sure what he's doing right now. He's just riding behind the boat. Now, oh, look at this. Now, he started way past the trick buoy, which means he doesn't have an awful lot of time to work the wakes. Oh, look at that. There's the wake back, and here's the wake front. Does he go for the reverse? Commits to the wake back. Oh, and lets the ski slide out from underneath him, but there you go. That is John Wilkins, and he goes down on the second and final pass. Now, how many of those tricks he were actually scored within time, we'll see. That's John Wilkins, first competitor out. All right, so we've just had John Wilkins out there on the water, and our next competitor out. Should be Alvin Neff. Alvin Neff is our next competitor up. So, All right, here we go. We got Alvin Neff, men's 6. Yeah.
Grace Moore, our number 5 seed in this girls' one slalom event, picks up 6 at 25 miles an hour on the line.
Okay, so Alvin Neff taking care of business on pass number 1. All right. Now we've got Alvin Neff approaching the course now. Second and final 20-second pass. Second and final 20-second pass coming up for Alvin Neff. Much like one or two of his other competitors, Alvin Neff letting the ski right out from underneath him, slipping up on that particular trick, and that is Alvin Neff. On pass number 2. Next skier up in this, the men's 6 division, should be Brian Mercer.
26.7 meters, but her kilometers. Let's just go for 27 miles an hour. Appears to fight at 25 miles an hour because she's going long line versus like Charlie Jones going.
So as Alvin Neff makes his way out of the water, we'll bring in our next competitor, who should be Brian Mercer. All right, we got Brian Mercer now approaching the course. This is men's 6. All right, here we go. Brian Mercer with 2 ski tricks. Keeping the flow going, keeping the handle in very, very close with side slides. A little bit of a lean in each direction, but managing to hold everything together. Nice little hop and skip and a jump, but unfortunately trying to take too much of a hop off the second wake with the reverse wake back and not even getting to the reverse wake front. But certainly not a bad effort there for Brian Mercer. So Brian Mercer gets ready for pass number 2.
Already posts our number 4 seed, June Phillips, opening pass, 24 miles an hour long line.
So it looks like Brian Mercer's going to be switching from 2 skis to 1. All right, so beautiful conditions here, lovely weather. Definitely 1 or 2 clouds in the sky, but nothing that's going to be of detriment or of detriment to this site here at Tri Lakes here in just outside Zachary, Louisiana.
June Phillips, 26. June Phillips back up on the water, coming back in, 26.7 miles per hour. She needs to get a piece of 6 to take the lead. Right now, she is on the...
All right, on dockside now, checking out to who's going to be up next. Mark Chambers will be our next competitor up in the men's 6 tricks event. He's going to have to wait his time, though, because our skier coming up into the course is going to be Brian Mercer. Okay, we'll take a look at Brian Mercer right now. Not looking too bad with the one ski surface turns. Obviously, there's a lot of drag on that one ski, which means he's definitely going to have to advance himself on the boat, advance himself up on the line to stay in track, and that's exactly what didn't happen there on that back there, that regular wake back. And that is Brian Mercer, I think, skiing on an EP wingtip trick ski, which is definitely a 1980s vintage. You're definitely going to see some ski brands and ski makes that you haven't seen in quite a while, and actually trick skis are making a little bit of a resurgence now, and actually the used trick ski market is very, very stout. You know, so you might want to check out skiitagain.com to find out what's out there so far as used trick skis. You might find something that will work to your advantage, or at least something that would almost be regarded as an antique. But either way, you could find it again at skiitagain.com. All right, we've got Mark Chambers. We'll see what he's got. I believe it's going to be one ski tricking for his opener. Here we go. This is Mark Chambers. All right, here we go, Mark Chambers. Skier who hails out of the Lone Star State of Texas. And what you've probably noticed there is a little short handle there for that he's earmarked for some use. We'll find out what that is in just a moment. I kind of suspect that that it might well be used for his next pass, which will concern toe tricks. That will give him a little bit of little bit more oomph, a little bit more power to try and take some slack out that toe line for the implementation of the toe foot in that line. But we're taking a look at his instant replay on pass number 1, and not looking bad at all, getting good elevation off the top of the wake. So looking at the tail end of that replay there for Mark Chambers. Coverage of this event provided by the Waterski Broadcasting Company. Thank you very much to those fellas. All right, so now.
But who knows? They got 3 skiers left. When it comes down to this, the nerves kick in. Everybody gets worked up. Let's see how they ski. Everybody's wanting to get a personal best, especially at nationals.
So we got Mark Chambers. He'll be turning around the island. He's quite familiar with this site here at Tri Lakes, being a skier out of the South Central region. So he knows his way around the site, and we'll see what he can produce on pass number 2. Looking on dockside right now for our next competitor. We're not at that point yet, as we see Mark Chambers coming into the red buoy range, which signifies that the timer can start upon the successful completion of the first trick that he has. Side slide into the reverse. Does he go for the wake back-to-back? Yes, he does. Good. Oh, reverse and catches an edge and goes down hard. That is Mark Chambers on pass number 2. It's a good effort there from him. He turns by up-weighting the ski, which is sometimes frowned upon, but he seems to make it work. And he definitely gets enough elevation to complete the wake back-to-back. Now, this is where he starts to get a little bit pear-shaped for him. Up-weight, and then lands, and then almost as soon as he lands, he lets the handle go towards the boat, and as soon as you do that, you lose control of everything that you're doing so far as that trick ski is concerned. You need to keep that line in close. You need to keep it under control. And fair play to Mark Chambers for getting that far, but unfortunately unable to get much further beyond the reverse wake back-to-back. Mike Rouse is our next competitor. Here we go. Oh, Mike Rouse, a little bit of Harry Houdini there. Oh, and unfortunately getting in a little bit of rough shape towards the end with the wake back to front. But up to that point, he was definitely rolling the dice there with a couple of those tricks. So, Mike Rouse, yes, and I hate to say it again, another instance where that handle just came away from the center of gravity, and once that handle goes towards the boat, then it's disaster. Okay, maybe that's too strong of a word, but I mean at that point, there's very little you can do to get it back. All right, then, that is Mike Rouse, and the skier about to take to the water is Mark Roski. I don't know if that's the proper way to pronounce it, but that's what I'm going for there. For those of you wondering, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have you on board. I'm announcing Lake 1 for the balance of the day, while we have a galaxy of stars behind the microphone. On Lake 2, right now we've got Chad Hunter overseeing what's going on Girls 1. Here comes Mike Rouse there, toe tricks. Mark Rouse getting the foot out of the tow rope. Oh, and goes for the wake back and wake front. Tries to go for the reverse and still a little off balance there, but goes for the reverse back that time and unfortunately goes down. But that is Mike Rouse, and some good skiing there. Next competitor up is Mark Roski. And I take a sneak peek occasionally, my good friend there, Chad Hunter, on Girls 2 Slalom, and you know it's remarkable to see the Girls 1 slalom skiers. I mean, go from one past the next, and it's definitely an education so far as having that spatial awareness and knowing exactly where they are on the slalom course. If they have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be late, then they need to come up with something, and 9 times out of 10 they do. Is it? Okay, so they're down to the number 3 seed in Girls 1 Slalom. We're down to about maybe about a quarter of the way down the list. Looks like Mark Roski is a scratch, which means our next competitor is George Covarelli. George Covarelli is our next competitor in men's 6. Skier for whom Tri-Lakes is a familiar fixture. Nicely done, George Covarelli. So George Covarelli, probably doing a fine job, and probably skiing a little bit slower than he's typically used to. I mean, just gaining in some information from the buy sheets that the Hank Longo, our on-site announcer, has, and he has been he's barefooted at over 100 miles an hour. That's just wild, absolutely. But George Covarelli going through his opening pass, and this is our tournament schedule for those of you that are looking. We are in men's 6, so which means that we are halfway through that schedule, so to speak. But I mean, we're not halfway through those the entirety of what we've got planned for today. There's still plenty of skiers to come. These are our sponsors: USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Goode, the title sponsor of the 78th Goode Water Ski Nationals, and Tri-Lakes. Our other sponsors, our towboat partners, Nautic, Mastercraft, and Malibu, Marine Power, OJ Prop, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline Ropes, Shoulder Sphere, and our ski companies, HO, Radar, D3, and Connolly. So, beautiful view of Tri-Lakes. It's going to get a lot busier as the day progresses along. Trust me on this one. We're
George Covarelli coming back, trick pass number 2.
Currently 8:37 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And it is George Covarelli, barefoot speedster, but settling well with the hand tricks that he's got. Oh, nicely done. The Surface 720, and what has he got? Oy. And he stands up both passes. It would appear to be. Both from a chronological standpoint, that's definitely the case, and from the physical standpoint, yes, he skis all the way to the dock. So good effort there for George Covarelli. So good skiing there from him. That's going to be a boost for his high placement ambitions.
Okay, here we go. We lead right now. Molly Parkour, 2:02:02.
Right, next competitor slated to ski will be Michael Keith. So Michael Keith getting ready on lake number 1. Nice lakeside view there of lake number 1. It's a 3-lake facility here at Tri-Lakes in Zachary, Louisiana. When you arrive, you see lake number 1, which is our jump and trick lake, hence the reason why we are primarily tricking on lake number 1 for the balance of this tournament, although there are some divisions that will actually be tricking on lake number 2, basically having to swap some things around to make sure that everyone gets their fair shot at competing for a national championship title. Also, obviously, the jump-in event is taking place on Lake 1. It's the only lake that has a ramp. As a matter of fact, we've got 2 ramps on lake number 1. How about them apples? All right, slaloming. We're going to have a some slaloming later on Lake 1 for the same reason that I stated earlier, that we have a massive amount of competitors. So we're having to shift some competitors between lakes. But here's Michael Keith on men's 6 tricks. We are about a third of the way along, I would surmise. But look at this, Michael Keith keeping his weight centered over that trick ski, and it is really helping him out a whole bunch. And keeping a good tight grip on that handle. Whoa. And I say that, and unfortunately letting the handle go and a little off balance. But that was on the reverse wake front, and he should get a pretty good amount of tricks as a result of those performed beforehand, starting off with the wake 360 and going in for the surface turns. Now, as you could see, this is the way you spin your surface tricks. You try and keep the weight centered over the tip of the ski, and then that way the ski is a lot easier to turn, and it requires an awful lot less pull. Now, this is the point where he went down. It just kind of just half-hearted that one, and unfortunately, as a result, he went down on that particular trick. So there we go. That is Mr. Keith out there on the water. Michael Keith. What?
Our number 1 seed, Group 1 Slalom, here at the 2020 Goode National Water Ski Championships. Tia Byrne coming in, 28 miles an hour, 100 feet off the tow line. 18-meter line run. Here we go.
All right, so here we go. So it looks like we've got Michael Keefe.
Michael Keith, our men's 6 Chris Steer, an aerospace engineer, also enjoys skiing, flying, traveling, swimming, snorkeling. He is with that Metroplex Ski Club.
So Michael Keefe coming to us out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, approaching the course right now. So he might have had some experience skiing here at Tri Lakes. He's behind the Nautique towboat, looking great with those line tricks and keeping everything centered. Now going for the wake line back. Oh, nicely done. A wake line front and just straight leg in the stepping leg and getting a little bit caught and unfortunately unable to ride that one out. But I would say a decent amount of points, and at this point in the proceedings, certainly in with a shout. That is Michael Keefe in men's 6.
Second pass, 30 miles an hour, 15 off. Ooh, big turn on number 2. Is that beautiful? In good shape at number 4, keeping it alive as she's around 5. Come on, Tia. Completes the pass as she gets around 6 and out the gates. Boy, she had a monster turn on number 2.
Okay, here comes Paul Armour now. Paul Armour. Not looking bad, looking in good shape. A good effort there for Paul Armour as he makes his way from one end of the course to the next.
All right, here we go. Tia back up on the water, 22 off.
Alrighty, Tia. 30 miles an hour, 22 off. This is for the national championship, girls 1 slalom.
Let's see how she does. Pass
She
number
needs
3
all
for
6.
Tia. Big
Ooh,
turn around
perfect
3.
turn out of 1. Come on, Tia.
I'm sorry, round 1.
She's got 2.
Getting all excited, getting worked up.
Not coming in between some slack, but she hangs on to it. She gets a big turn out of 4. Can she hang on, get around 5? She's got 5. Come on, Tia, get around 6. She's around 6 and out the gates. Oh, boy.
22 off, goes down, another skier.
All right, a lot of excitement going on. We're just seeing the instant replay of Paul Armour, and I tell you what, like I said, a lot of excitement going on with tricking, and especially with girls 1 slalom skiing. They're on their last skier right now. You can check out that coverage, but Tia Byrne right now getting through 22 off, and I believe securing the national title for her. Now, girls 1 is basically skiers aged 9 and under. So some remarkable skiing all the way around, and so pretty hot right now. I suspect it's going to get a lot hotter. There's a little whisper of wind out there with the latest weather readings from Baton Rouge Metro Airport. All right, here comes Paul Armour. This is in men's 6, tricking. Looking in good stead there with the opening tricks. Nicely done. Oh, Paul Armour. Oh, almost letting go of that handle, but keeping everything flowing. Just trying to pull. Oh, whoa! Just really working hard to stay up on top of the water. Trying to pile in as many tricks as he can within 20 seconds. Little bit of slippage there. He knows it, and I think he'll count himself lucky that he made it all the way through that particular run. That is Paul Armour. Okay, continue to roll right along in with men's six trick. This is Amador Ramirez, who hails out of the South Florida area. Looking in. Oh, and again taking more up weight going into that trick than Edge, and unfortunately losing that line towards the boat and paying the price, as it were. That was Amador Ramirez. All right, so Amador Ramirez, who comes in. So Amador Ramirez comes into this event with an average of 1,310 points and looks a little bit behind the eight ball there with that particular opening pass. We'll see what he can do with the second. We are over the halfway point here. We are on skier number 11 of 18, so simple math will tell you that we're over the halfway point. Okay, so waiting on Amador Ramirez. All right, so our tournament schedule continuing to look like this. We have got men's six tricking. We've got girls two, boys two coming up, and then we got women's three to conclude the tricking on this lake. Quite a lot of skiing to come, so hold on to your hats, folks. So, our tournament schedule there, you see, being brought to you by SplashEye.com and also SkiItAgain.com. All right, they're switching from the girls one into the next category of slalom, but we're still about a little over halfway on men's six. And unfortunately for Amador Ramirez, won't get much past that performance that you've just seen for his second and final 20-second pass. All right, so Douglas Knutson now getting ready for his performance in men's 6. Lake 2.
Let's make some noise for Kent as he comes by. I think that's very impressive getting on 2 skis here at the national championships.
All right, Douglas Knutson now getting ready for his shot at glory in men's 6 tricking. Just having some rope problems on the starting dock. That's why he hasn't already made his way into the tricking course. And there is our overview shot of the facility here. It is almost 9 o'clock in the morning here, Central Daylight Time in Zachary, Louisiana. Okay, here comes Doug Knutson. Keeping the handle close and opting to ski with the vest, which won't make life any easier for him when he does the handle pass behind the back. And I think he's straying away from doing any of those kinds of tricks, opting to go with the line back and line front instead. But a decent effort there. That's Doug Knutson. All right, here we go. This is Doug Knutson. Coming into the course. Going through, tries to go for the reverse wake back-to-back there. Not too sure where he got the ski all the way around to get the points. But he, good jockey in there from side to side. Goes for the surface 3. Does he go for a reverse before time? I think 20 seconds will expire around about that time. He knows it, and he will ski to the shore. And a good effort there from Doug Knutson. All right, here we go. We're continuing to roll. My name's Tony, and that's Chad on the opposite side of the desk. He's announcing on Lake 2 right now. Good to have the pleasure of your company, and this the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And continuing to roll right along. Rolling right along indeed. Our next competitor should be Freddie Snell. Freddie Snell, our next competitor. All right, then. Okay, so continuing right along. This is Freddie Snell. Oh, and Freddie Snell right now just trying to keep his balance going. And I think it's fair to say that he comes to us from the volunteer state with that big orange T at the emblazoned on the back of his life vest in the style of the University of Tennessee volunteers. I might be wrong, of course, but that's certainly what it looks like to me. All right, so Freddie Snell in the water, getting ready to be picked up. If you're hearing some other chatter and some announcing bleeding through on my mic, that is Chad Hunter, who comes to us from Birmingham. Not the one in England, from Alabama. We'll try and work something out, certainly. All right, so that was Chad that you heard a little of. You're hearing me. This is Tony Lightfoot on Lake 1. We've got plenty of tricking to come. This is the Lake 1 is the primary tricking and jumping lake. And I tell you what, I mean, we are, and I hope hopefully this bleeds through onto Lake 2, but we are especially fortunate to have the national championships. I mean, the original venue, which was going to be the Ski Club of the Palm Beaches, was slated to hear it, but for one reason or another, I think it had something to do with availability of hotel accommodations and the whole COVID-19 just really having a horrible impact upon that state. It felt that they couldn't provide the national championships that they typically produce on a year-to-year basis. So they got in touch with AWSA, announced their intentions that they weren't able to produce the national championships, and a few weeks later, here we are. This is Freddie Snell. Comes Freddie Snell. This is a brilliant looking pass now, just trying to keep his wits. Oh, look at that, goes for the Waco, getting a good edge, didn't quite get the landing, a little bit straight-legged on the landing. And some great competitive action. And one thing that I'm definitely seeing a lot of as we go a little bit further down the tricks event is definitely a little bit more commitment to the wakes and to that edge for whatever trick that they intend to produce, and that definitely separates the higher echelon trickers from the ones hoping to make it towards that level. That was his attempt at a 360, a little stiff-legged on the landing and skiing on the downslope there. If it had just edged a little bit longer, he would have cleared the downslope, and he might well have had some more tricks produced beyond that. But that is Freddie Snell, and great skiing there from him. Maybe his point score will be up there among the high Top Gun trickers, but we're down to about, I would say, the last quarter of trickers on this list. In fact, that's exactly where we are. We're on tricker number 14 of 18, and that tricker is Brian Adriant. Brian Adriant is our next competitor. He's on the dock getting ready to go behind that Nautic towboat. All right, here we go. Good skiing so far. Both lakes, both events. We're glad that you're here and being a part of the proceedings here. You may not be on site, but we certainly appreciate your attendance here on the webcast nonetheless, whether it be the Lake 1 webcast, for which you listen to me from, or the one that's on Lake 2 with Chad Hunter, who's presiding over the slalom event. Now, I believe slalom's on boys 1 right now. They've already crowned the girls 1 slalom in. Tricking's another matter. The scores are always a little bit delayed, and we won't know who is made it to the top podium, except for the obvious divisions that have anywhere between 5 and 2 skiers, or even 1. So there we go. That is Brian Adriant on pass number 1. Of course, the divisions that I mentioned, just to mention. Oh, here we go. Our first scoreboard of the day for men's 6 tricks. George Covarelli currently in the lead with 1,240. Michael Keefe with 1,080. Only 10 points behind is Paul Armour with 1,070. And only 40 points behind him is Amador Ramirez. And to round off the top 5, we got Mike Rouse with 860. So that's the top 5. You see the top 10 up there on the leaderboard. Thanks to my good friend Mr. Vince Stadelbaugh for hooking us up there with the leaderboard, along with his associate scoring partner, that is Rea Yoga. They're both from Switzerland. I mean, come on. I mean, that's what you got to rely on, certainly. But okay, and these are a list of our webcast sponsors. A big shout out to Splash Eye, to Ski It Again, and to the 5 regions underneath the AWSA structure. So, good effort. Thanks to you guys, and during the course of the day, we'll also be scrolling through some of the names of our individual contributors through that crowdfunding initiative that to raise the funds necessary to bring to you the very best of National Championship water skiing right here on 2 lakes here at Tri Lakes. Oh, and look at this. Oh, and just couldn't get enough advance on the line there. Brian Adriance, I don't think his score is going to be anywhere close to the top 5 that we've seen at this point in the proceedings. Just a little bit tentative there, and the reverse toe side, unfortunately, not able to be produced. So, that's Brian Adriance, who actually has an average score coming into this event of 1,748. That might have been enough to put him in the top 5 had he could ski to his potential, but unfortunately, not the case this time around, unfortunately. So, we got a latest score in for men's 6 trick. We got Doug Knutson with 1,280, relegating George Carvarelli with 1,240. A 40-point differential between the two. I told you that this event was going to be tight so far as the scoring is concerned. Not a particularly high score, but very, very competitive against the remaining scores on that list. Michael Keefe with 1,080. Paul Armour reduced down to 4th with 1,070. Only a 10-point difference between those two. And Amador Ramirez with 1,030. So basically, you've got to get at least somewhere between 1,000 points even and 1,100 points even to have a shout of making it into the top 5. And obviously, if you could get a few steps above that, then your chances of getting into the top 5 and staying there are going to be enhanced. All right. So here we go. Next competitor up on the Tricking Lake is going to be Robert Fulcher. Robert Fulcher. He is our 4th skier from last. Obviously, whoever's in the lead at this point in the proceedings, which is Doug Knutson, he is guaranteed a spot in the top 5 with only 4 competitors remaining, including Robert Fulcher on the water right now. Looking good, just trying to stay advanced up on the boat, keeping his weight distribution over the tip of his ski, making sure that it allows for him for a quick spins. So good effort there. A wake back-to-back reverse, stumbling upon a landing, but I think he was at 20 seconds into that pass anyway. You only get 20 seconds to produce these tricks. So good effort there from our competitor on the water, which is Robert Fulcher. So one of our good friends, Zane Nicholson, just arrived in, and he just quoted a Kasha song, which is kind of concerned in itself, I guess. All right, then. So we've got Paul Hutchins and Dee Johnson and Alfred Safandre. Here we go. We're getting ready for our competitor on the water. Halfway through his effort, Robert Fulcher. We're waiting for the boat to make its turn around the island and bring him back.
Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. That's what's in the background. You know why? Because they're at nationals. They're not worried about anything but skiing right now. Let's throw it down.
Indeed, indeed, and got a lot of great skiing to come. Some of these skiers, first-time national participants, and a few of those, actually 13 in total, are having their entry fees paid courtesy of Goode to compete in this event, and that's a great little incentive there for those competitors to be here. All right. So we're just waiting, probably a little bit longer than we anticipated for, with Robert Fulcher coming into the course for his second and final 22nd pass. We here at Tri-Lakes, a venue that has held the Nationals 2 championships before, although having said that, it was quite a while since this venue held that event. And I tell you what, back in 1984 and 1989, this area in which we're in definitely had a significantly less grass texture to it. I saw pictures of the judging tower from way back in '84 and '89, and nowhere near what it's equipped now, so far as the new technology, the computers, the splash ice system, and it's been completely refurbished, and it looks pretty tight up there. And our officials judging tricks and on the floor below with a TV monitor with a live feed from each of the two boats. But it's nicely done there for Robert Fulcher, line back, making sure that and I think he extended his leg over the rope there with the line front, and that's a big no-no. That throws your weight all over the show. The technique in order to do those line tricks, and I know that line tricks are not the trick du jour kind of deal. They've been replaced by ski lines and flips, but those that do perform the line tricks have got to try and cut their leg in half, and you step over with your knee instead of your foot and ankle. That way it keeps the weight centered over the ski, so to speak. Tried that with the line front, and unfortunately just could not get it to go. All right. Okay, so we're down to the last three competitors. Last three competitor, Paul Hutchings, is on the water, about to take to the water now. So Paul Hutchins there, great looking opening pass. Just looking at the toe side slides, it's always a rock solid indication that if you see a skier do a toe side slide and there's no slippage, there's no loss of balance, then chances are the toe tricks that they'll perform afterwards will be just as precise and just as easily performed. So good effort there from Paul Hutchins. We've only got two skiers to go after this, so we're close to the point. Oh, here we go. We've got some latest scores. We got Doug Knutson with 1280. So with that, he's guaranteed no worse than third. George Covarelli with 1,240, guaranteed no worse than fourth. Michael Keefe right now with 1080. He might well stay on the podium with that. We'll find out what the other skiers will do, but Michael Keefe 1080, 1,080. Paul Armour 1,070 and Brian Adriant 1,050. How close are those scores towards the top? Remarkable stuff from those men's six competitors. So that was the scoreboard. That was the current leaderboard for men's six. All right, here we go. Paul Hutchins now getting ready for his tricks there. Keeping the handle low, keeping it nice and centered, especially with that raptor wrap weight back. Oh, look at this step sequence. Keeping a good center over his ski, keeping the flow going. And I think he's I think he's done. Yes, indeed. He throws the iron fist, and it seems that he's stopped tricking with about at least 5 or 6 seconds to spare. But a good start with the Waco, and again into good flow, into good precision with these tricks. And he might have just out-tricked himself so far as speed control was concerned. He certainly produced some great moves out there. He may have been tricking at a slightly higher clip this time around compared to how he normally tricks. So about 4 seconds from the end, he says, what else can I do? I don't know. I think he probably knows better than I do. But there we go. That's Paul Hutchins. And I kind of suspect that he put himself on the podium with that run. How high up the podium? Not sure. All right, so working our way along. Oh, yes, here we go. One of our technical controllers for this event. This is Dee Johnson, who hails out of California. Our penultimate skier in men's 6. Let's see what he's got. This is Dee Johnson. Goes for the Waco, a little bit skittish there on the landing. Now, let's see what he's got. Handle up a little bit high on some of those turns, but he compensates by bringing the handle down further with the remainder of these tricks. What can he do? This is Dee Johnson, line back and line front. Continues to keep himself stable up to a point, and that point being his attempt at the wake line back. So that is Dee Johnson with his opening pass of 2. So, continuing right along with Dee Johnson, my good friend here, Chad Hunter, trying to pick himself out a new boat color scheme for his next purchase. You know, a long time ago, whenever Mastercraft and when Nautiques and Malibu started producing their boats, you only had a choice of a few colors. Now you can go like full on psychedelic if you wanted to. Yeah. All right, so continuing to roll along. This is men's 6 tricks on Lake 1. We're on boys 1 slalom on the slalom Lake 2. You'll see a complete schedule of the events of today by looking at the webcast description. You'll see the order of events. You'll see when they're supposed to be on, so to speak. Can't guarantee a specific time for each of them because, well, That's just the nature of the sport. You know, sometimes you run a little long. Sometimes you might even run a little bit short. There might be 1 or 2 scratches, but you know, but we just light that blue torch paper at the very start, and we just keep on going until there are no skiers remaining scheduled for that day. And continuing. I tell you what, got some great skiing. We've got D. Johnson coming into the course. Toe tricks. Reverse toe back, toe front. Reverse toe back to back. Tries the reverse toe back to, oh, and just gets a little bit out of sorts there and unfortunately falls. Might be enough to put him on the podium, but I don't think it will be enough for him to take the title, considering what we've seen from the likes of Donald Knutson, or Douglas Knutson, I beg your pardon, and George Covarelli and the like. We'll try and get some updated scores for you in just a few moments. We're working on getting that for you. We've got D. Johnson taking the instant replay, a beautiful shot from the towboat. You know, we actually have 2 cameras for the tricking event, which allows for a more efficient boat swap. You know, Mastercraft will come in and Nautique will come out, and there will be a camera in each of those boats. Or if indeed you wanted to ski behind a Malibu, well, could be entertaining. Oh, look at this. Look at this, folks. We have a new leader in Paul Hutchins with how many skiers remaining? With 2 skiers remaining. Paul Hutchins has taken the lead with 25.40. That puts him on the top 3 for absolute certain. Douglas Knutson with 1,280. That puts him in a guaranteed 4th at the very least. And George Covarelli has a guaranteed spot on the podium with 1,240. Based upon those scores, those 3 competitors are on the podium. We've got two skiers remaining. We have we just seen D. Johnson with his attempt at 2 22nd passes. I don't think he'll make the podium, which could elevate those top 3 scores and even out of 4th so far as being guaranteed a spot on the podium. But one last competitor remains in main 6. We'll see if he will get anywhere close to his average. His average being 3,620, which is 1,200 points more than any other competitor coming into this event. His name is Alfred Sanfandri. So Alfred Sanfandri, we'll see what he could produce. He elects to go, I believe, with the Nautique. There we go. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Now, tricking, as unpredictable as it is, he's got to go. He's got to go clean here. Can't get too far ahead of himself. He wraps in, goes for the wake 5, tries the wake 5 back, and comes up short. Now it goes for the wake back. It goes for the wake front. Alfred Sanfandri with some surface turns, and I think he's put about 30 seconds of tricks in there because he's almost at the island before he finishes. But just tricking like a man without a care in the world. So Alfred Sanfandri now. He doesn't have to trick up to his best. I mean, he could get up to about 2,700, and he could well have the national championship with that. But that wrap into that 360 allows him to go for the Waco afterwards. So Alfred Sanfandri looking in good shape. And we'll see what he produces so far as a score within the next few minutes. But we're only halfway done with him, folks, because he's got the second and final 20-second pass. All right. And I tell you what, Alfred St. Fandry getting ready, getting into the course. Our last skier in men's 6. Then we'll go into our next division, which will be girls 2. All right, here we go. Alfred St. Fandry now. Look at him going through the step sequence now, going into the wake back-to-back. No, wake line back-to-back. Here's the reverse. You don't see that very often. Look at him go. Alfred St. Fandry going through his step sequence at the end. Nicely done. Whoa. Stepping it. Nicely done. And I tell you what, some great skiing there, and some good toe tricks at the beginning, but that was only part of the story. The second part was the step sequence. He got the handle out. Wasn't particularly tidy with the surface step towards the back, but then he started to motor with the wake line back-to-back, a trick that you very rarely see. And here is an even rarer trick. Wake line back-to-back reverse. Nails that one. And losing a little bit of balance, but continuing to roll with the wake line O, a hand-to-hand wake line O, and then towards the end, a wake line back and I believe a wake line front to complete that run. And I think you're probably looking at the men's 6 national trick champion in Alfred St. Fandry. So, wait on Girls 2 trick, and my good friend Chad Hunter commentating up a storm there on Lake 2. So good effort there, and joining us in our galaxy of stars on Lake 2, I believe we got someone else picking up the mic. I'm not too sure who it is. So, girls 2 trick coming up. We're going to get the final result for Alfred St. Fandry. Just waiting on that score. Now the deal with live trick scoring directly from the boat with the cameras is as the trick scores come out a heck of a lot quicker. Like minutes quicker. Jeff Serde. All right, continuing to roll. Chad Hunter over there with Lake 2. I'm on Lake 1. I'm waiting on the girls to trickers to come into play. Right. Current temperature, whoa, whopping 90 degrees right now. We're not even at 10 a.m. in the morning, and it's already 90 degrees. Water temperature is like bath water. It's like 85 degrees, very little in the way of wind. This is Zachary, Louisiana, folks.
Water temperature is 90 degrees, and it is 9:45 Central Time.
Girls 2 tricking right now. Sadie Anderson is our first competitor up in Girls 2 tricks. So Girls 2 is basically aged 11 and under.
Going on right now, girls 2 tricking. Tony and Nelson there doing a great job.
So there we go, continuing to roll there with these tricks, getting a live view from the boat. There's wake back to back, and it's reverse. Tries the surface, trying the surface back to backs, and trying to use the momentum from the wake back to back reverse to slide her out towards the other wake to where she could probably try a wake back or a wake front, but unfortunately not able to control that slide too much. You'll see that a little bit further on, but she had already performed a wake front and a wake back, which you saw right there, so very little point in using that technique. But there we go, there's a surface O, there's a surface O reverse, and always trying to play it a little bit cagey with the opening pass. Don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. But with Sadie Anderson, not looking too bad with the wake back to back. It's wake. I don't think she got the reverse though. I don't think the ski slid round all the way round, and there certainly wasn't much in the way of air between the ski and the water. Wake tricks, you've got to have the air between the ski and the water for it to be awarded the appropriate points. Here we go. This is Sadie Anderson.
All right, we'll be going into our next skier. Logan
Ooh, and Sadie Anderson trying the wake back-to-back there. Might actually have been a wake 5 because she had already performed the wake back-to-back in the past before. So Sadie Anderson performing toe tricks to get things underway, and doesn't have an awful lot of toe tricks within her repertoire. So she decided to do the toe back and toe front, goes for the wake back to back, and unfortunately comes short there. So that is Sadie Anderson. Decent effort on the first pass, second pass. Okay. So we had a scratcher with one skier. And I believe we're on Olivia Mallett now. Olivia Mallett is our next skier in Girls 2. So we had 2 scratches, and we're on to skier number 4 with Olivia Mallett. All right, here we go. Getting the boat speed set, using the time between the dock and the green buoy to get that to happen. Beyond the green buoy, the driver is under no obligation to change the boat speed once it's set in a particular range. Nicely done there with the wake back-to-back. There's the reverse. Let's see what she's got for the remaining tricks that she has in her repertoire. The wake back, the wake front. Does she have anything more? The reverse wake back. Nicely done. Good, well held in the wrap there. 19-20, and that pass should be good there. Very, very safe trick in there. Very, very conservative tricking, I would say. You'll see with the instant replay exactly what I mean, and obviously spending a lot of time on the water. You can definitely see that with the amount of time that she's spent making sure that she nails down the reverse wrap. A lot of people will continue to trick and produce the reverse 180 with the normal handle grip, but those that spend the time and actually produce a stable reverse back position will normally find that to have been. Oh, look at this, folks. There is your leaderboard after our final skier in men's six, our unconfirmed top 5. You will see in 5th place, George Covarelli with 1,240. In 4th place, Doug Knutson with 1,280. In 3rd place, Dee Johnson with 2,040. Manages to get onto the podium. Paul Hutchins with 2,540. And Alfred Semfandri is provisionally your national champion in men's six with 3,500 points. And looking down towards the end, right down to 17 skier, we had provisionally slated 18, but we're down. But we had a scratch, which means you see 17 skiers. All right, so Olivia Mallets now, and let's see if she. Oh, and a little bit skittish there with the reverse toe back. Now she's really got to try and keep it together, see if she can fire on all 4 cylinders here. Boom. Now what can she do from here? Oh, tries the reverse toe back again. I'm not too sure whether that will be counted as it's out of sequence, but gets the foot out. Does she try steps? I think she's PTO'd at that point and will ski towards the dock, having performed 2 stand-up passes. Great effort there from Olivia Mallets. You know what would be really good is to actually stack a table of the same design on top of here that will provide enough shade. Or just Andre. All right, so we're seeing the instant replay of Olivia Mallets, our second competitor out there. 4th on the list. Okay, next competitor up according to this list is Jessica Withrow. Jessica Withrow comes to us from the South Central region, skier, the Withrow family, very, very familiar fixture of the South Central region, which consists of Texas, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. So here we go, Jessica Withrow. All right, then. Here we go. Jessica Withrow. All right. Continuing the roll. With Jessica Withrow now. Keep it. Oh, whoa! And look down a little bit there. And that's kind of threw her body into the water as a result. So Jessica Withrow will be waiting on the boat to pick her up a little bit earlier than scheduled. That's Jessica Withrow. So, our Mastercraft there on lake number 1, one of the three boat choices. There's the brand new Pro Star. Actually, they've Mastercraft had just released a brand new Pro Star design, and I think that the one that Jessica Withrow is skiing behind is the design that was prevalent in this current model year. The newer design, as you'll see on Mastercraft.com, is the one that will be produced from here on out and be available for general competition usage towards the fall and beyond. So that on top of the Nautique being available, the Ski Nautique, and also the Malibu TXI response. And you'll see throughout the day our appreciation to the donors that contributed to the crowdfunding scheme to get the funds necessary to make this webcast happen. And there you'll see them scrolling in the bottom left-hand corner. We thank all of them indeed. And also we thank Jeff Serde for getting the crowdfunder in place to make this broadcast happen on both lakes. Jessica Withrow now going straight with the second pass. She had the option of repeating pass number 1. Hot, whoa, very fast spin. She's still trying to recover, and at the same time still trying to throw some tricks in there to keep going. She's got less than 15 seconds to go to complete the remaining tricks. She is just whipping it from side to side. Now, does she have anything left? Doesn't have much toe tricks, and I think, is she shutting it down at this point? I'm not too sure, but I think Jessica Withrow a little frustrated with the fall on pass number 1, and that had a detrimental effect upon what she had planned on pass number 2. All right. So we got Jessica Withrow on our instant replay, getting the foot out and still trying to recover her stability after that insanely spun toe 360 at the beginning. And there we go. That was Jessica Withrow. Now we're down to our last 3 competitors. Claire Covington comes to us out of Texas. All right, so coming into the course momentarily, it's going to be Claire Covington. Opting to trick behind the Mastercraft. Each of our skiers can opt to trick behind whatever boat they choose among the 3 that are towboat partners of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. There's Nautique, there's the Malibu, and here is the Mastercraft. The Mastercraft Pro Star. All right, here we go. Claire Covington. Passing the green buoy on which the driver has no obligation to change the speed from here on in. Wake O to start things off. Wake back. Here comes the wake front. She'll slip on over and do the reverse. A little bit of a pause in between those 2 sequences. Here she goes with the wake back to back. Holds the handle in nice and deep there for the wake back to back reverse. Surface back to backs. Does she have anything else? Goes with the line back and line front. Is going to be 3, 2, 1, and whoa, good pace there. That is completing all of those tricks in about 18 seconds, so she's definitely on fire out there, even starting with the Waco to get things moving, and boy, did she move. Now, this was the only point where she really paused for considerate time, just basically shut everything down to prevent going over momentum over the opposite lake and risk taking a fall, which would have been curtains for her chances of making it onto the podium. Claire Covington doing a fine job there with the surface back-to-backs. And now, within about 5 seconds from the end, the line back and the line front, and we'll shut it down with a couple of side slides. A little bit of lanyap at the end there. That's what we say in this part of the world. Lanyap means something a little extra. So on the starting dock, we have got Ella Gay. Okay, we've only got one score available right now for girls to trick in. That is Cameron Massey. Cameron Massey with 990 points. Cameron Massey with 990 points. We'll try and get some more scores available for you soon, but that is our current state of play with girls to trick. And speaking of which, we are our third skier from last on. This is Claire Covington. It's going to be either a toe 360-degree turn or a toe 5 back. Which of the two will she select? It's going to be a toe 360. Very, very quickly spun. There we go. That is the two toe sides, 130 points each. There we go. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Toe back and toe front. Here she goes with the reverse toe back. Oh, toe back to back. Toe back to back reverse. Now she's really spinning, keeping it under control. Toe wake back to back. Does she get it done? Yeah, toe wake front. Whoa! Yeah, great stuff there from Claire Covington. I didn't expect the toe wake back to back, but a great effort there towards the end. Great skiing, and I think that judging by her hop, skip, and a jump towards the end, I think she, and no doubt the occupant in the boat, who's her mother, Laurie Covington, will be absolutely over the moon.
I'm sorry, I've been saying Logan, but that's Jacob. Logan skied already. He's our current leader with a 26.7 miles per hour. Now Jacob's on the water. He's just down at 21.
So, Claire Covington, as you could see there, putting the best foot forward there, comes into this event with an average score of 2,820 points and looking good to get above that average. And certainly if she can get to that point, little over the tip of the ski coming back in, but I tell you, great effort there from Claire Covington, especially the toe wake back-to-back towards the end. Did not expect that from her, but she certainly nailed it. Definitely putting herself in good stead. Now, okay, we got a skier on the water right now. Okay, we got Jessica Withrow with her points total of 1580. So skier on the water is Ella Gay right now. Ella Gay is on the water.
Weighted Mastercraft, we got 2 in a row. I only have a choice in 3 letters. I screwed it up. We used with A1 last time.
Skier out on the water right now. Okay, number 2 seasons, girls 2
So on the dock right now, I believe we have Cameron Davis on the dock on deck right now because Ella Gay is out there on the water and getting ready for a second and final 20-second pass. Yeah. Okay. And just to remind you of the events that we got going on, we've got girls 2 trick, boys 2 trick, women's 3. The remaining tricks events. Then we got women's 9 slalom, then men's 11 through to 7 in that same event. We've got Ella Gay coming back in just a moment or so with pass number 2. All right, and just to remind you, good folks, that this webcast is also supported by Splash Eye. There you see on your screen the 3 specials that you can may be interested in. Go to splasheye.com/nationals to find out more details. Here comes Ella Gay. This is a second and final 20-second pass. She made it all the way through the first one, and here is the second run. Keeping that toe foot close to the standing foot. Nicely done. Keeping it going. Nice edge toe wake back to back. Doesn't go for the reverse, but goes instead for a couple of toe sides now. Does she go for the toe wrapping? Yes, she does. She nails that one. Toe out. Here she goes. Does she go toe 5 front? Yes, she does. She's spinning every which way. Toe wake back, and nicely done, and a good toe front. So Ella Gay absolutely on fire right now, and Ella Gay I tell you what, some great skiing there from Ella Gay with the toe wake tricks, just trying to maintain trying to control momentum from one side. There's the toe into wrap in, a little off balance coming out, but she spins. There's reverse toe back into toe 5 front, and then toe back out, which she'd already completed, so she won't get any more credit for that. Toe wake back and a toe front to 20 seconds would have expired at that point, but good skiing there from Ella Gay. I think she's put herself on the top 3, never mind the podium. So Ella Gay has definitely set the stall out for our final competitor with an average score coming in of 4,085 points. This is going to be Cameron Davies. And for those of you watching the webcast, this is the Lake 1 coverage. I am Tony Lightfoot. He is Jeff Surday. Jeff Surday is doing the business on Lake number 2. I'm presiding over the tricks on Lake number 1. And my turn for slalom will come on this lake after the conclusion of tricks on this lake. So, we've got Cameron Davies coming in on pass number 1 in just a moment or so. Just waiting on that boat to cast off and get the go-ahead from the boats. And these are our event sponsors. USA Water Skiing Wake Sports, Goode, the title sponsor. Tri-Lakes, the organizer. We've got Nautique, Mastercraft, and Malibu, the official towboat partners of USA Water Skiing Wake Sports. And we had a whole slew of other sponsors as well, so we've got to give big ups to those folks. Cameron Davies, you see the sheet in front of the camera. That's the sheet that is communicated to the officials to let them know the boat speed and other technical data that's required for the officials to properly oversee this event for each competitor. Cameron Davies with our 2:20-second passes. Only competitor in this event to average over 4,000 points. Let's see. Foot is on the ski. She's going to spin towards the back and No, she's going to go for the wake line O to start off with. Now goes into step sequence. Wake line back, line front, line back. Wake line front. Foot's going to go into the back binding. Good, strong foot in there. Wake back to back. Here's the wake back to back reverse. Surface back to backs. Now working away for the wake 5 front, which she nails. A couple of toes, a couple of sides at the end, and good solid effort. I was expecting a few more tricks so far as hands from her, which will mean that the national championship could well be decided upon her ability to make it all the way through her toe pass, which I'm sure is going to be laden with quite a few tricks to count to over a 4,000 point average. So good effort there from Cameron Davies. Good solid wake 5 front, although I don't think the judges would have probably have scored that because it didn't have enough air between the ski and the water. Now for wake tricks, you got to make sure that there is air between the ski and the water. And once again, this webcast coverage brought to you in association with Splash Eye. They've been involved with created tournament water ski software since 1996 from their revolutionary jump measurement system, which took the world by storm at the Paddy Jump Classic way back when, to being in the position to where they've installed 120 systems over 20 countries worldwide, and being present at the last 10 of the last 11 nationals. You can find out more about the Splash Eye specials by going to splasheye.com/nationals. So there we go. That is some good stuff there. We're getting a little bit more so far as crowd numbers are concerned, not only here on site but also on our live stream as well, able to monitor the amount of people who are showing up, so to speak. And great to have you on board. All right, this is our very last skier in the girls too, Cameron Davies. She's already seen the likes of Ella Gay and Claire Covington produce their scores. Now, there we go. Toe 5 back. A little hitch in the middle. That might count against her. Toe back to back. Now, toe 5 front. Nails that one too. Spun out into a toe O. Here's the toe O reverse into wrap. Toe wake O. Little spun out there too. Toe wake back. Now, reversed. Oh, wow. Caught an edge, a serious edge there going for the toe wake back to back. And that could well cost her the title. Oh, my word. And she went down hard as well. So there we go, toe 5 front. Oh, and that's where things started to go pear-shaped for her, losing her balance, losing her composure. Now anxiety starts to take over. Now, look at this, slow this down. Oh! Whoa. That was a dangerous edge catch, and a fair play to the person in the boat that was holding the pin that they released at that time, because that could have been curtains in more ways than one. And I tell you what, the pin person is normally a reliable friend or a family member or that kind of thing. Now the pin release system, for those of you who don't know, could come in a number of different fashions. There are mechanical releases that require tension in order for them to release. Another mechanical release system actually requires tension from the rider to keep the gate closed. But the simplest release system that is available for the trickers is called the ARR, which is the Australian rope release, and that actually premiered in about 2013 when the Junior World Championships took place. It was actually 2003 where the Junior World Championships took place in Santiago in Chile with the Australian team. All right, now we're going to be back in just a moment. Stick with us. This is the 78th Goode Water Ski Nationals right after this break.
This is a ticket stub. You'd normally toss it out, but not today. Today, you're in Louisiana. Today, you took a face-flattening, high-octane airboat through the marsh and ended up back in the time of dinosaurs. Today, you savored seafood that hadn't crossed state lines. Today, you danced till your soul felt good and your souls ached. That ticket stub, you tuck it away as a reminder, because today, you're in Louisiana.
All right, we're back with Boys 2 Tricks. We've just seen the conclusion of Girls 2 Tricks. We're just inputting the final scores, and we'll have a leaderboard for you shortly. And that leaderboard will probably come up within about the first 2 or 3 competitors of Boys 2 Tricks, which is going to be our next category of competition in that event. So, next competitor up, and out of the South Central region. I know that because a Facebook post came out a few days ago saying that this is going to be Ryder McGrath's first ever national championship, and we'll see what he can do. Ryder McGrath of the from the state of Texas, and he'll be our first competitor out in this Boys 2. Now, certainly the point score is going to range quite heavily. Being the first-time national championship competitor, he averages 532 events. The highest average going into this event with our top-seeded skier, Giovanni Bloya, was over 4,000 points. There's your current temperature. It definitely feels a lot hotter than 89 degrees, I can tell you that, and the water is probably a lot warmer too. The wind's coming up just a little bit, but those are your latest stats from Baton Rouge Metro Airport. All right, so our title sponsor for the webcast, Splash Eye Jump. They have 3 specials that you can take advantage of by going to splasheye.com/nationals. You can go for the regular plain Jane version of the course and jump system, all the way up to a fully automatic version, where you can just like Ron Papier would say, set it and forget it, you know. So, and these have had over 120 installations around the world, and they're extremely reliable. They've been around since 1996. Splasheye.com/nationals.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. Call me a king, you can buy me a crown.
I've been skiing on the Energy R1 for a little over a year now. Before the R1, I was on the original Energy, and I was skiing great on that ski. I really had no problems with it, but whenever they released the R1 with the wider forebody up front, it made the ski so much easier to stay balanced and have equal turns on both sides.
So from my very first set on the NRG R1, I could just feel that this ski's just really balanced through the wakes and through the turns, and I found that I could just turn my onside turn better. I think that's because the tail of the ski just allows a little bit more water to flow through it, so it just rides through the tail of the onside turn better. That's definitely the big thing that I felt was different, and that's why I was really happy to be able to get on that ski straight away.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
All right then, folks, we're back with boys 2 tricks. Just experienced a little bit of a delay, but we are back, and we are going to get ready with Ryder McGrath. All right, so we are back with boys 2 tricks. We've got Ryder McGrath. We've also got on deck right now Wyatt Bucher, along with Damien Eade and Aaron Bartlett and Zach Withrow. They're all on deck right now. Our first 5 competitors, and the rest will come immediately afterwards. So, boys 2, Ryder McGrath. So here we go, Ryder. I think riding a pair of trick skis that he probably shopped for on skiitagain.com. All right, so here comes Ryder. This is his first ever national championship appearance. Boys 2, which is basically 11 years of age and under. Up until the threshold point of boys 1, obviously, which is 9 years of age and under. So somewhere between 9 and 11 is where these youngsters fall under in terms of age. Oh, nicely done, Ryder. Keep on going. Keep going. There we go. Reverse back and reverse front. Let's see what he's got. Surface 360. What has he got? Come on. With a 2 ski. Oh, and that's always the caveat of having 2 skis, is that you might not be able to control one of the skis, especially if you're spinning like on a surface 360 like that. But good effort. He got to a point where it was about 17 seconds down range, and got a good majority of his tricks completed. But I think he would have liked that second surface O if he could have managed it. So there you go. That's Ryder McGrath. his first pass of tricks, his first ever pass of national championship tricking under his belt. And let's see what he's got for his second and final. So here we go. We've got Ryder McGrath. For those of you joining us from around the world, bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue à Championnat National pour Ski Nautique. My best attempt at French there. It won't get any better, trust me. All right then, the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships here on Lake One with the tricks event. He's on the one ski, which means there's probably a good chance that he will replicate the tricks that he produced on pass number one as far as he can. Certainly, a lot of strategies, a lot of permutations come into play so far as what you want to try with two 20-second passes at your disposal. You could just one ski it all the way through, or two ski it all the way through, provided you have enough tricks to cover 40 seconds in two 20-second batches. Let's see what Ryder McGrath can do. It all starts with this first trick, which I think is going to be a side slide. Might be wrong, of course. It's past the green buoy, past the red. There's the side slide. Here comes the reverse. Tries to get that reverse. Now the 180 to the back. Now let's see. Does he have anything more? Oh, a reverse to the back. He nails that one too. Goes for the surface O. Gets that one done. Now he's piling on the points. Reverser. Oh, look at him go. He's going further past on one ski than he did on two. Tries to go for the wake back. There's the wake front. And I think he's going to be pretty much over the moon with that one as he takes a dive towards the end of the pass. Good effort there, Ryder McGrath, in his first ever national championship appearance. So good effort there for Ryder McGrath as he was swimming rather than skiing. As we're going to get ready for our next competitor, who is Wyatt Booker. All right, then, continuing to roll right along. Big shout out to all of you folks out there that have joined in from usawaterski.org, USA Water Ski, the main umbrella organization that is the main governing body for a whole bunch of towed water sports. Tournament water skiing, which you see right here, show skiing, hydrofoiling, kneeboarding, collegiate water skiing, barefooting. It's all right there for you at usawaterski.org on their brand new web presence, usawaterski.org. So here we go. On the water right now. Woo! Good little spin there for Wyatt Booker. Oh, and trying to spin the reverse surface 360. Good effort. And we'll see what he can do with his second pass. I would imagine it'll be one ski. And because he fell that soon into the pass, he does have the option of actually repeating that pass, should he so choose. So, we have got boys two tricks, and we've got on the water and getting ready for his second pass. It's going to be Wyatt Buka. Skiers that we got after him, we've got Damien Eade. Then we've got Aaron Bartlett, Zach Wifro, Dylan Anderson, Zach Barkwell, Ethan Barkwell, and we have a whole slew of other skiers beyond that point. So, tricking still very much in precedence here on Lake 1. And on Lake 2, it's going to be slalom. Now, as we get further down the Nationals event, we're going to see some rather unusual stuff coming along. Even starting today, because for the first time in a long time, you're actually going to see some slalom skiing on Lake 1, which doesn't happen that often, if at all, at least in the tournament setting. And then a little further into the week, there you'll actually see some tricking on Lake 2. And the reason why is basically we've had a whole slew of entries. We were only expecting about a little over 400 entries. We're now trying to set the over at about 620. I tell you. So, and rather in the water right now is our skier. It's Wyatt Buka. Wyatt Buka in the water there a little bit sooner than he wanted to on pass number 2. But a good effort, good try there from Wyatt. All right, skier on the water right now is Damien Eade. Not looking bad at all on the opening tricks of pass number 1. All right, so looks like Damien Eade made his way through that opening pass and made it look pretty darn good, I would say. Now, he's got pass number 2 coming up. All right, here comes Damien Eade turning round the island, which is on the western portion of the facility. The lakes run east to west here at Tri-Lakes here just outside Zachary, Louisiana. There we go with the wake back-to-back and continuing to roll with some surface back-to-backs, keeping that handle very, very close indeed. Looking in very, very good shape. There we go with the surface. Oh, foot in the trap. Let's see what he's got. Goes with the toe side, a toe back. Oh, and tries to spin the toe front quickly, and unfortunately doesn't ride away from it as a result. So there you go. That is Damien Eade on the water. And got off to a pretty sprightly start with some wake 180s and wake back-to-backs. And there towards the end there, a sprightly start, but needed to exhibit a little bit more control towards the end. And that was Damien Eade with his second and final pass. All right, so now okay, who is our next competitor? I will tell you that. That is Aaron Bartlett. Aaron Bartlett, our next competitor out. Now, as we transition from one skier to the next, the skiers and pin person submit a card in towards the boat, and that actually contains the information that the officials need, so far as boat speed and what have. Okay, we've got scores for our previous division, which is Girls 2. In your top 5 right now, we've got Cameron Massey with 990, Olivia Mallet with 1,070, Jessica Withrow with 1,580, Ella Gay with 1,670, and Claire Covington with 2,640 is provisionally your National Girls 2 Trick Champion. All right, so so Aaron Bartlett coming into the course for his opening few tricks. Looking pretty strong, keeping the handle very close to his center of gravity. Good effort there, good stability going into that wake front. Not so much with the reverse, though. Let's see what he's got. He tries that again. Now he's a little bit more stable. Oh, and he tries to overcook it there. As a matter of fact, he did. With the reverse wake front. And doing a grand job. So Aaron Bartlett looked okay. Got the initial wake back reverse, and he did it again just to secure that one, and he just threw everything into that reverse wake front, and that contributed to his fall. So that's what they're looking for, a place on the podium, and looks like we got an additional score. Cameron Davies in girls 2 tricks has just ascended the podium with 25.40. therefore relegating Anagate to third place, and you saw Claire Covington with the provisional lead and quite possibly the win in girls too. All right. That is Aaron Bartlett. All right, so right here at the announcers point for the webcast, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and there is Jeff Surde. Jeff Surde is announcing the event on Lake 2, which I believe is Boys 2 Slalom going on right now. While I've got Boys 2 Tricks. I think actually Jeff Surde's is actually Boys 1 Slalom. But we'll try and keep a track of what's going on Lake 2 whilst Lake 1 continues to roll with Boys 2 Tricks. And here is Aaron Bartlett. And struggling a little bit with the toe trap a little bit there. We're back and got the toe back. But unfortunately, the toe front, not so much. And that will conclude Aaron Bartlett's effort in the Tricks event for this event. And you saw that fall. It was to the back and then almost as quickly a fall to the front. All right, so some tricking continuing to roll here. We've got Zach Withrow.
Alrighty, here's our top five. Gavin Bickley in the lead. Donald Ray Oster in second. Rhett Booker in third. Jacob Booker in fourth. And Logan Dickler on the bubble now in fifth. And the Boys 1 Slalom event.
So continuing, we've got a little bit of a delay on the start dock before we bring in our next competitor. Zach Withrow.
Looking good out there.
Sounds like there was a little discussion going on about a re-ride, but it was denied. That's why the boat was idling back to the dock.
Okay, now on the water, Zach Withrow is our competitor next. Getting set, looking comfortable in toes. To the back and to the front. Very, very quickly done both directions. Oh, no. This is unusual. He's deciding to wrap the awkward way and go in for a toe 360 and goes down pretty hard on that one. But at least he had the foresight of actually doing his first toe tricks first, the toe back and the toe front first, and then deciding to go with the wrap. Obviously, he's working on that toe wrap and hasn't been consistent enough with spinning that trick to put it as the very first move for the particular run. Otherwise, he would not have gone out of his way to pull in the line and wrap for that trick manually, so to speak. So he got toe back and toe front effectively on pass number 1 and fell on the toe O being spun out. And I would surmise that his next pass is going to consist of handle tricks. All right, so here we go. Zach Withrow. All right, here we go. Zach Withrow. Getting past the red buoy, which means that that he can start the clock as soon as he turns his first trick. Look at that, surface turns. Oh, look at that, good spins, very, very stable indeed. And does he go for the Waco? He hasn't got an awful lot of time to throw this if he wants it. Oh, and takes a dive, and that's all she wrote there for Zach Withrow. So looking at the tail end of the effort for Zach Withrow. Throwing that one and unfortunately not advancing himself a lot on the line. Here comes Dylan Anderson. Advancing in towards the course. Nicely spun. Ooh, not bad at all. Head down a little bit with some of these spins, but managing to keep a level head on his shoulders. I know that's rather contradictory in terms, but you get where I mean. All right, that is Dylan Anderson. Little bit stiff-legged with the opening side slide, but it's nothing that he couldn't control. All right. Our competitors all looking for their spot on the podium as we see Dylan Anderson comes to us out of the state of Kansas. See what he's got. Keeping a firm grasp here, and let's see what he can do. Whoa, 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 almost lost his balance there completely. Slow turn to the back, even slower to the front. A huge contrast to at least a couple of skiers that have preceded him. Now he goes in for the wake back, and here's the wake front. Oh, goes for the wake back to back, which he nails. Let's see what he has left. Oh, and getting into all kinds of shape. And I think Dylan's going to shut it down right there. So that's Dylan Anderson. Oh, he tries a wake 3, and unfortunately getting caught in the middle. So decent skiing there for Dylan Anderson. All right, now Dylan Anderson has exited the stage, so to speak. We now bring in our next competitor, who should be Zachary Barkwell, our next competitor up. All right, continuing to roll right along. I'm Tony, that's Jeff, and we've announced in our respective events. Jeff is announcing on Lake 2, where we're getting towards the end of his particular slalom event. We're about halfway through Boys 2 slalom event here on Lake number 1, which is where I'm announcing what I'm announcing for. Okay, so Zachary Barkwell. All right then, our little reliable sheet in the boat confirming that our skier behind the boat for the next 2 passes is indeed going to be Zach Barkwell. All right, let's see what he's got. It looks like he came off the dock with his toe foot in the toe trap. All right, toe back and toe front. Oh, very stable there with the toe side. Good, trying to stay firmly over the tip of his ski. Gets his His toe trick's out the way. Here he goes with the line move. No, not quite. Getting this his foot over the line. And unfortunately, taking too much momentum by taking that foot over the line as forcefully as he did, that resulted in the fall. But let's take a look at some of these toe tricks. Looking in very, very good form, making sure that he got air between the ski and the water to get both of those toe wake tricks credited. So, tried once with that pull for the line back and tried a second time, which he got the foot over. But as I mentioned before, it's always simpler with those line tricks to actually get the knee over rather than the foot. Helps with stability. All right, second pass coming up for Zachary Barkwell. Here we go, Zach Barkwell. Wrap in both directions with surface back-to-backs. Good balance on that trick ski. Good effort. Oh, look at this. Looking in very, very good shape indeed. Goes for the wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Nails the reverse too, and looking in good shape, and he's throwing the fist. He's happy. He's delighted. And there you go. Stoked about that, for that is for sure. Zach Barkwell.
That's what Nationals is all about right there. Had the red and blue hair dye going, spike up there, really ripping it up.
All right, yes, indeed. And displaying that fist throw again. Nicely done there for Zachary Barkwell. Delighted and certainly pleased for him making that that second pass look very, very smooth indeed. And looks like the tricks that he performed was very, very good as well. Now, his brother's about to take to the water. It's going to be Ethan Barkwell. How about that, folks? So electing to compete behind the Nautique. It'll be exactly the same boat as Zach Barkwell. And I think both of them actually went for the same red and blue hair dye. I think they went with opposite sides of the hairline, so to speak. So, Ethan Barkwell approaching the tricking course right now. Let's see if he can match, if not better, the effort of his brother who was on the water just moments ago. This is boys 2, Ethan Barkwell. All right. Looks like he's starting with the same moves as well. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Nicely done, staying over his foot. There we go. Let's see what he's got. Side slide. Line back. Gets it on the first attempt. Line front, and he falls on the line front. And if you were to take this as a head-to-head between Ethan and his brother, I'd say that Ethan has a slight one-trick lead at this point in the proceedings after one pass. But all comes down to the final hand pass to come up in just a few moments. But Ethan Barkwell doing a splendid job out there. Has a couple of sides to work with as well. And there was your difference right there. That was Ethan Barkwell. Ethan Barkwell, his second and final 20-second pass. Let's see what he's got. He's setting the boat speed. It should be at his comfort point. There we go. Back and front. Let's see what he's got. Surface back-to-backs. Let's see if he can ramp it up for the wake back. Oh, and he tried to ramp it up, but unfortunately over-rotated with his back and went down there with the initial wake back-to-back. So unfortunately there for him. And unfortunately that's where the cookie crumbles sometimes. So that was Ethan Barkwell. Just looking at that instant replay, took an aggressive approach and a little bit too aggressive if we were being honest. But there you go. That is Ethan Barkwell. All right, current scores that we've got in so far. We got Wyatt Booker with 220. Ryder McGrath with 580, Aaron Bartlett with 760, Zachary Withrow with 1170, and Dylan Anderson leading the pack with 1,200. Okay, Luca Zazadi. Here comes Luca Zazadi. Hopefully I didn't butcher it too much, but there you go. There we go with some back-to-back, surface back-to-backs, wake front, surface to the back, wake 5 front. Whoa, and a reverse 5 front, and elected to do those 540-degree turns hand-to-hand, which is not an easy thing to do. But Luca Zazadi not doing too bad with that effort, and we'll see what he can do from here on out. Women 2, women 3. All right, folks, it looks like a few of you that are watching online, either on Lake 1 or Lake 2, are starting to wake up a little bit around the nation and across the world. Thank you for viewing in your numbers, and we'll try and keep everything going along as smoothly as possible between now and the end of the event, which is on Saturday. Have upwards of 600 competitors entered to ski in these championships. So now we've got Luca Zazzadi getting ready for pass number 2. Right now, taking the opportunity whilst he was in the water to actually get his toe foot in the toe trap. And now he's going to, wow, this is going to be near enough torture for him, because he's going to hold that position with the foot behind him, standing on one foot, going round an island. All right, here comes Luca Zazzadi. Okay, here comes Luca coming in. Oh, second and final 20-second pass. Started off with the toe O out. Toe 8 back and toe 8 front. There we go. He's going for the reverses now. Continuing to roll. Reverse toe back and going for the toe surface back-to-backs. Oh, and trying to stay on top of the water. Now, let's see what he's got. His foot is in the back binding, couple of sides. Does he have anything left that he can throw? There we go. The wake line back. Line front, line back. I think a lot of these are going to be out of time, but good efforts, tricking all the way through to the end. Only 20 seconds allowed for each competitor for each pass, but decent effort there and good skiing. So Luca averaging a little bit shy of 2,100 points approaching this event. And looking pretty good for that. We'll see if that's enough to put him on the podium, and we won't know that for another few skiers. We've got about 7 skiers remaining. We'll see what goes down. All right, and getting down a little ways down that run. We'll try and get the identity of the skier in the moment. All right, so our skier on the water, rather in the water, is Ty Robbins.
All right, here we go. Ty Robbins back on the water. Pass number 2.
Already Jake third pass.
But Ty Robbins, he comes into this competition tricking a shade under 2,400 points on average. And Ty Robbins is about is a skier that's a little over halfway down this list. So we will see what shapes up with our remaining skiers. We got Lyric Pavor coming up soon. Then we got B.G. Binkley, Bennett Covington, Matt Greenwood, William Mainhart, and Giovanni Bloyer. All right, then continue along with the tricks event on Lake 1. For those of you catching the action on Lake 2 Slalom, we've got Eric Pavor. And background, respectively, in the water is Lyric Pavor on our using our other camera view. All right, getting ready for our next skier, who should be Lyric Pavor. And I'm Tony Lightfoot, and there is the other one. There is our other announcer, Jeff Surday. He's taking care of things on Lake 2 while I continue to blast it out on Lake 1. Thanks a lot for the comments that are coming across from around the world. Great to see you reacting as you do, and we got plenty of viewers. Here are our sponsors. HO, D3, Conley, and Radar Skis, along with Marine Power, OJ Pro. To select from either the basic systems all the way to fully automatic and able to service your tournament water ski needs from the officiating point of view, with jumping, with tricking, and indeed with slaloming. You'll find it all at splasheye.com/nationals. All right, looks like after now. All right, here we go. Lyric Pavor on one ski, heading in towards the course. Return to the back. Wake front, wake backs. Looking in very, very good shape and keeping the flow going. To BG Binkley. Behind that towboat that's currently in the bay right now on the starting dock is Bennett Covington. This is Boys 2. This is for... All right, so we await Lyric Pavor to make his way back into the course. And this in Boys 2. We are 5 skiers, including actually 6 skiers away from ending Boys 2. And Lyric Pavor getting ready for his second and final pass. This is going to consist of toe tricks. Setting this line pretty short, that's why. He will sail on back to the starting dock. He should be pretty darn happy with what he's accomplished. Well, with 11:30, Aaron Bartlett with 7:60, Ryan McGrath with 5:80, and Wyatt Bucher with 220. Those are your points right now. We're a long ways to go before determining for absolute certain who is the national champion. Well-sequenced tricks. Wake back-to-back. Waco. Oh, a case and a wake a little bit. There's the reverse. Oh, and here's the first flip attempt, which he nails. There you go. Oh. There you go. Good looking flip. And that is the first one that we've seen in these national championships so far. So just looking at this instant replay of BG Binkley, started very, very subtly, cased the wake in for the... So, BG Binkley, wow, our first flip that we've seen in this event. Don't know how many skiers in. Actually, it does tell us we were Actually, exactly 50 skiers on this list in. It's probably closer to about 46 given the scratch. Here we go, B.G. Binkley. Up on top of the water, getting ready for his second pass of tricks. Now, it doesn't look like he's putting the toe in the trap. All right. Okay, so B.G. Binkley coming into the course, looking good and looking good with toe trick. Had a lot of time left remaining, so he just basically did every trick that he knew that he could do, and he even had the cheek to actually throw in a surface 540-degree spin like that. No, actually tried, yeah. Setting his boat speed behind the Mastercraft Pro Star. Now pulling in to wrap in for a Waco. After the red, that's when the time can start. Look at him go. Look at him go with these tricks there. That's the wake back. There's the wake front. Trying to methodically go through one trick to the next. Wanted to make sure that he gets something like a line back and line front situated. And he does one-footed side slides in both directions. That is a good time saver right there for Bennett Covington. So looking in very, very good shape, getting a lot of lift off the top, and we've got a lot of skiing yet to come. We've not even too sure what the time is, but you guys know because you've got computers in front of you watching this. And it is 11:27 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So those of you that are grabbing a lunch, those of you that are watching in your offices, we certainly applaud you. A little hitch there with the toe back to back, but he still continues to roll, keeping that foot there. Now here he goes. And he takes a dive there with the toe wake back to back. Very similar fall to what we've seen from Cameron a little bit earlier on in the competition, Cameron Davis, but I don't know whether he put his hand up or anything like that. Run. That is Bennett Covington. I sure hope that he's okay. Cameron Davies took a very, very similar fall. She was okay. All right, so next competitor up, it's going to be Matthew Greenwood. Yes. Excuse me? All right, then. Looks like we've got a leaderboard coming up. It is BG Binkley with 27.50, 27.50, 100 points more than Lyric Pavor with 26.50. Ty Robbins, 26.30, only a 20-point differential between second and third. We got Luca Zazzardi of with a fourth place right now with 23.60, and Zachary Barkwell with 13.20. Those are your top five right now with the available scores on the leaderboard. So, I know it. No, his is the next score to come. All right, then. Coming to us from the natural state, it is Arkansas, and it is Matthew Greenwood. Not looking too bad. He's got to stay his nose exact. Fortunately, that's exactly what Matthew Greenwood did on that particular trick. So Matthew Greenwood getting ready for his second and final 20-second pass a little earlier than anticipated. On the dock right now, we have got William Meinhardt. William Meinhardt certainly looks a little bit smaller than some of the other Boys 2 competitors, but I'm sure that that with that diminutive stature comes belies a skier that's definitely talented coming into this event. Now, Matthew Greenwood came into this event with an average of 3,200. By Splash Eye, you see your free national specials. You see them up on the screen, and you can find more details about them by going to splasheye.com/nationals. Splasheye.com/nationals. All right, so now we've got Matthew Greenwood making the turn. All right, here we go. Matthew Greenwood, probably a little bit despondent after losing the tricks off pass number one, but let's see if he can recover on pass number two. This is going to have quite a few tricks attached to it. Let's see what he's got. Toe five back, toe back to backs. Let's see what he's got. Toe wake back and toe wake front, open to the boat. That's certainly one school of thought on how to do those particular tricks, and it's especially useful when it comes to toe back to backs. Oh, there we go. He goes toe wrapping. So looking through the instant replay and looking at that reverse toe back and trying to keep his foot close. There we go, toe into the wrap and kind of got, lack of rope control almost put him in the water, as a matter of fact. Now, William Meinhardt, as I mentioned before, probably one of the smallest skiers that we have in Boys 2, certainly looks closer to being a Boys 1 rather than Boys 2. I guess he just hasn't hit his growth spurt yet. But let's see what he's got. To toe wake back to back. Oh, nicely done. Oh, good recovery there. Toe wake front. Toe side reverse. Toe into wrap, a little bit short on the pull, and I think that one is a lanyap trick anyway. The tricks that he wanted all ended up around about the toe side slide area, but threw in the toe and not having any real expectations of skiing away from it, but certainly a good looking pass nonetheless. Including this toe wake back to back, he almost let it go too much, but he controlled it, controlled the speed. Toe side. That's the extent of where he expected to trick, and beyond that is just line up. So, William Meinhardt. All right, here we go. William Meinhardt coming in second and final 20-second pass momentarily. The tricking table by the same measure. Let's see what he's got. Let's have a look at William Meinhardt. Goes for the wake line back. Very, very subtle here. Can't afford to make too much in the way of mistakes here. Puts the foot in the back. Goes with the back. Wake back to back. Almost got caught there. Almost got caught there too with the reverse wake back to back. Surface back to back. Wake front. Wake back. Look at him go. Keeping the flow going. Does he have enough left for a 540-degree spin? Yes, he does. 2 side slides. He's decent fist bump there from William Meinhardt. Nicely done. And I think he'll be pleased. All right, Giovanni Bloyer on the water right now. Pass number 1 coming up. Oh, my word. Our number 1 seed going into this tricks event comes up short on the Wake 5 front. And now Giovanni Bloyer's got to really knuckle down hard and see what he can produce with the second and final 20-second pass. His father, Justin, changing out skis, changing out lines. We'll see what comes.
All right, coming back on the Slalom lake, Esther Watson coming back behind that beautiful Mastercraft.
Handle makes it less distractive for toe trickers. So, last skier, boys 2 division, right here, right now. This is for the title right now, where the title goes to. Or even if Giovanni Bloyer can muster up or salvage enough from this performance to actually get onto the podium based upon where he fell on pass number 1. So, here we go. This is going to be the opening trick. It's going to be the toe 5 back. Now, he can't afford to get too far ahead of himself. There were hints of that with the toe button. Had a good shot of possibly getting onto the top of the podium. But unfortunately, he may not even get into the top 5 at this point in the proceedings. And that was Giovanni Bloyer. So, have any with me? Yeah. All right, so Just waiting on the first of our women's three competitors to get on in there. A little bit of a short delay before we continue on. This is the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Glad to have you on board on both of our webcast players. The one that you're listening to me on is the Lake One Tricks webcast. And the other one, where you have Robert Snell, he's announcing, and we've got Slalom in on Lake 2. All right, just got a little bit of a delay before we bring Marianne Stanko to start women's three tricking. All right, here we go. Marianne Stanko approaching the course right now. First of 2 20-second passes. I think she's wearing some type of hula skirt. Skis. Wanted to try and keep equal weight on both of them. Otherwise, if one is de-weighted, then that ski could well be caught. And a little bit of a pause in a good ways through that pass. And I think she got caught up in a hula skirt a little bit there. So that is Marianne Stanko. All right, so Marianne Stanko going her way through this pass. I mean, having that hula skirt is one thing, but if the material gets in the way of you doing a handle pass like that, then it becomes a little bit of a problem. Oh, my word. Tricks of pass number one. Hopefully this time, if she gets to the 360-degree spin, she won't get a hula skirt caught up in this in this attempt. This time around, she has the handle up a little bit higher, which means it won't get caught. Oh, she goes for the 720. That's a trick that she hasn't performed before, and that's probably one of only 2 tricks that she'll have scored in that pass because all the others were a repeat. And a good effort there for Marianne Stanko. Yes. All right, looks like we've got a provisional final list of boys to trickers. And your top 5 feature Lyric Pavor with 26.50, BG Binkley with 27.50, Giovanni Bloyer 28.70, Matt Greenwood with 31.50, and by a margin of just 60 points, William Meinhardt with 32.10. That's your boys too. Bridget Atwell now coming to us out of Can do. She's going to have toe tricks for our second seeded athlete in women's 3. Let's see what she's got. Halfway on that particular run, so it looks like points are going to come are going to be hard to come by there as a result of that tricking effort there from Laura Mallett. So there we go. That is Laura Mallett. We're down to the final competitor in women's 3. And we'll see what will occur here. Now, the events to come after women's 3 tricks will actually have, and this is actually a rarity for Tri-Lakes on Lake 1, we'll actually have some slalom events. We're having to shift some coming into the course. This is Jill Smith. Waco to start off with. High tempo, high pace. Let's see what she's got. Jill Smith out on the water now. Let's see if she can get the tricks that she needs to snag the Women's 3 National Trick title. They have to edge all that much for the wake back-to-back if you position the ski right. I mean, you could just use the very, very tip of the wake and just balance off that. That's a technique that has been used by many. There you go. Toe into wrapping. Nicely done. Keeping the flow going. Toe back to back. No, this is a toe 5 front. Does she have enough left over? I don't think so. And I think she knows that she's won the title anyway. So good effort there from Jill Smith. Good effort. Seeing a little bit of a replay from pass number 1 there, but Jill Smith completed pass number 2 and on her way to glory in women's 3 tricks. And that will conclude the trick skiing for today on this particular lake. We've got slalom skiing to come. For today, we've gone through tricks, girls 2, boys 2, women's 3, the last 3 divisions. We're now going to go to women's 9 slalom, then men's 11 through to 7. For those of you that are watching the archived streamed version of this event, we're
This is a shrimp po' boy. It could just be a sandwich, but today, you're in Louisiana. Today, you got up with the sun to enjoy the best bass fishing on Earth. Today, you walked historic halls where ghosts might pay a visit, but spirits are always present. Today, you wandered into a hole-in-the-wall cafe and fed your soul with a frosty local brew and this shrimp po' boy. Anywhere else, it's just a sandwich. But today, you're in Louisiana.
State lines. Today, you danced till your soul felt good and your souls ached. That ticket stub, you tuck it away as a reminder, because today, you're in Louisiana.
good. That's an unofficial 6 for Carol Brooks there. Opening pass, 22 off.
Not yet, no.
Hey, Carol Brooks coming back in. 28 off. Needs to run this one.
All right, folks. Know the Tri-Lake site best know that pretty much every slalom event that is typically run is run on Lake 2, and that's still the case for the most part here at these national championships. But because the deluge of entries that we've received, approaching 600 entries, we've had to move some of these slalom events, which are the more crowded, to Lake 2, and because of that, we're going to bring on our first competitor in just a few moments. In women's 9, it is going to be Shirley Coble that will have the honor of slaloming in a tournament on Lake 1 for the first time in I don't know how long. Maybe Roger Goings and Bruce Cundy. That's men 10. Then men's 9, Errol Bryant, George Herzog, Stan Switzer, and Frank Harrison. But then it starts getting a little bit more populated. You have an 11 skier group of men's 8. You have, let's have a look, of the 2020 Goode National Water Ski Championships. Martin Dock, and there's her daughter April Coble and her granddaughter Cameron Coble. All they're trying to lend their moral support to Shirley Coble, who is now getting ready, trying to cool off a little bit in. Okay, and I think it's going to be fair to say that we won't need a leaderboard graphic for Shirley Coble or for women's 9 as a matter. Now we've got it. We're good now.
Okay, Joy Kelly right there. Running her 28 off pass. This women's 6 off. Coming back in at 32 off. She needs to run this to challenge the leader. Miss Carol Brooks out of California. She just ran 1
I think women's 9 actually has a max speed of 32 miles an hour. So, Shirley Coble on the water right now, for those of you tuning in from wherever, from around the world. A quick deep water start and a good swift pull out. It's at 22 up. Oh, whipping that ski round. Look at her go cross. That will represent the extent of Shirley Coble's effort in women's 9. That is Shirley Coble. Right. As she is the one and only competitor in that event. We'll go on to our next category. We're going to go to men's 11. These guys are 85 years of age and older. And to go with the jump skis. There was a time where he could actually get up on one ski and slalom that way, but I think, and I do say this with the utmost of respect, but I think age has kind of taken its toll a little bit upon Elgin Faulkner, at least his ability to... Here is Elgin Faulkner. Just a reminder that the Elgin Faulkner's division is 85 years and older. I don't know whether he falls deep into that older bracket, probably towards the 90s. But you got to figure that when Elgin Faulkner was born, FDR was serving his second term as president, and the Great Depression was very much still rampant. And the world superpower was rearing its ugly head around about the time that Elgin Faulkner was born, due to surpass that. So now, let's have a look and see what we've got on our list. We've got Roger Wall. He's at the starting dock. He's taken the same route as Elgin Faulkner. He's looking to slalom his best on a pair of jumpers. Seal the deal so far as him being on top of the podium. Yes, I'm keeping. Yeah, we're excellent. George just to walk about half a mile to get from there to the starting dock area. So that's nice. It's really, really courteous. All right then, still turning buoys on both lakes. So now we're transitioning from men's 11. I believe we're going to go into our next division, which is going to be Roger going. which leaves the big kahuna, Bruce Cundy, about to take to the water and seal the deal, provided that he gets beyond buoy number 1. So here we go. Buoys. Buoys. Yeah. Division, it's going to be men's 10, Bruce Cundy, and there is your schedule. We've gone through women's 9 with Shirley Coburn. We've gone through seven so far slalom goes, and then we've got another batch of trickers, and that will consist of girls 1 and boys 1. So for those of you watching from wherever you have to be around the world, thank you very much for doing so. All right, here comes Bruce Cundy around the second buoy and just couldn't really continue on beyond that. So he's going to get his gentleman-like pickup from the towboat and brought to the dock. And that is going to be the end of Bruce Cundy. Yes, you'll be able to watch it again. USA Water Ski's YouTube page. Yes. So, via an archive. Well, yes, we are establishing that. If you go to USA Water Ski's YouTube page, you'll find towards the bottom of that YouTube page an archive of the date. So not looking bad at all. I'm taking a peek over on Lake 2 and seeing. So Errol Bryant, a native of the bluegrass state of Kentucky. Nice and a good little knee bend there after buoy number 6, shutting it down and just getting everything situated. With that opening pass, that was Errol Bryant. All right, so Errol Bryant has gone through with his ski. This is men's 9. I believe the max speed at men's 9 is 32 miles an hour. But here we go. This is a good-looking run, and Errol Bryant now gets to go on to the next pass, which is
All right, Errol Bryant back up on the water, 28 off, yellow rope link, 14.25. Our first men's 9 skier really.
okay. This now is Errol Bryant. Now this is at 30 miles an hour. This is at 28 off. Getting round buoy number 2, getting slung across the back of the boat behind the Malibu. Getting round buoy number 4. Can he make the pass? A little loose into number 5, but manages to basically backside number 5. He gets around number 6. So already into the higher echelon scores at this point in the proceedings in men's 9. Errol Bryant is about to attempt 32 off. We've got 3 other skiers to come, and they're going to be hard-pressed to match what we've seen. Okay, here we go. Errol Bryant now. This is at 32 off or 13 meters. At 30 miles an hour. Let's see what he's got. Oh. Nicely done. Look in the instant replay. A little loose coming into his 135 side, and unfortunately taking a little bit of a hit off that side as a result. But I tell you what, a score at 32 off, I don't care who you are, is going to be it's not going to be an automatic for any of our remaining skiers. And I think he might have actually made it across the back of the boat, so that could well be 5. So that is Errol Bryant. Okay, and it looks like here George Herzog is taking exactly the same route. He's going to go in at 15 off, so he'll want to have 22 off with the tailwind. And he'll be swimming back to the shore. Unfortunately there for George Herzog, just couldn't really get to grips with it. And line came tight, and he just didn't have the grip. On the strength of his score of at least 4.5 at 32 off. Previous 2 competitors. Still to max speed of 30 miles an hour. So at 28 off at 30 miles. All right, Stan Switzer now getting ready for 32 off. Behind that Malibu. The Malibu Response TXI, one of the 3 towboat partners of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. All right, here we go. 32 off. Definitely got the heart pumping at 28 off. Now 32 off is a different kettle of fish. And the course width is 37.5 feet. It doesn't take a math genius to tell you that that is an extremely short line length. With men's 9, Men's 9 slalom in there. We just saw Stan Switzer there. The next and last competitor is going to be Frank Harrison, and he's going to have a shot at the title, but he needs to get to 35 off first. And we see the instant replay there of Stan Switzer on the tail of his ski, just dropping off and just little bit loose of the line. But I tell you what, I don't care who you are, but getting to 35 off no matter what speed is definitely a credit-worthy achievement there for Stan Switzer. It's half a buoy at 35 off. He's the leader ahead of Errol Bryant. One skier remains, Frank Harrison, who hails out of California.
It's a nice day here today at the U.S. Goode Nationals, isn't it? Chad, couldn't ask. Half the people here might not be able to understand this, but man, we're having a good time. And just so you skiers know out there, when y'all ski good, give us a fist pump. We and the announcers, we want to know you're skiing well. We want to let everybody know you're happy. We're happy when you're happy. And we want you to be happy here at this 2020 U.S. Goode.
Coming in, so conserves energy, so to speak. And I think even at men's 9, I think they would know all the benefits that come with that particular philosophy. So, not expend. All right, last skier in men's 9, we have got Frank Harrison. 32 off, needs to get this to go. There we go, takes a big hard tug off buoy number 1, keeps the ski moving on number 2. This is at 30 miles an hour away, especially buoy number 1. He was up to his knees in spray there. And Frank Harrison knew that he would be in desperate trouble unless he got on the good foot and keep that ski moving and keep the ski tip out of the water as much as he could. Because at 30 miles an hour, although it's not so fast as 32 or 34, it means that the ski reacts a heck of a lot differently. And it reacts so far as how much drag it's able to have tolerance for. And I mean, it's just remarkable, all the things that you have to consider whenever you look at high senior age division slalom skiing. All right, but here we are, folks. We're at 35 off for Frank Harrison. If he can get through the wakes and round buoy number 1 and 2 the wakes, he will win. Take another one off in the win column for Frank Harrison. So there we go, Frank Harrison, your winner in men's 9 slalom. All right, then. So, all right. Continuing to announce on Lake 1, this is Tony Lyford. On Lake 2, we thank Freddie Snell, who announced for quite a considerable amount of time, and we thank him for his assistant. We're now back with Mr. Jeff Serde, El Presidente of the American Water Ski Association. He's on Lake 2. He'll carry you through this slalom event. And and I'll tell you what, it's hot out here. It is. Yeah. Well. All right, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our coverage on Lake One. We got a little bit of a crew switch. Might even be a boat switch. I'm not even too sure at this point, but we are going to our final two event categories. One of them is going to have 11 two trick events, girls one, boys one, and that will conclude the skiing on Lake One. So the following skiers are on deck, getting ready to slalom. We got Roger Logan. He will take to the water first in men's 8. Then we've got Hank Combs, then Clarence McCollum. Men's 7 slalom is after men's 8. And we're on men's 8 now. 11. And then men's 7 is 24. Okay. You got...
Girls, 2 tricks. All right, that's right. Okay, here we go. In 5th place from San Antonio, Texas, Olivia Mollis. Okay, in 4th place from Scott, Arizona, Jessica Withrow.
To their official website, mastercraft.com will be the place you need to go. All right then, folks. We're continuing to move right along. We have got Roger Logan, who hails out of Mobile, Alabama. A half buoy total for... Whoa. Lake... We go Hank Combs, 30 miles an hour, 15 off, looking in very, very decent shape. And, oh, through the exit gates of Roger Logan, and will continue to ski to the next pass. This is men's 8. We'll continue to rock right along with this event. Go, our skier on the water. Oh, this is Hank Combs and getting around buoy number 2. And not much beyond that, I'm afraid. So it looks like it's going to be a 2 buoy count on that second run. A 2 buoy count. So with the boat speed at 30 miles an hour set as maximum for men's 8, that is a 2 buoy count at 30 miles an hour, 22 off.
Already women's 6 slalom. Women's 6 slalom award presentation.
So we just seen Hank Combs with that score of 2 to 22 off. 2 at 22 off for Hank Combs. Next competitor to go will be Clarence McCullum. All right, looks like he's starting at 28.6 miles an hour, going sub-maximum here. Okay, so Clarence McCullum at 28 miles an hour, looking in good shape. Now, he's only got one more speed to go, and then he starts shortening the rope afterwards, so he goes to 30 miles an hour next. That is Clarence McCullum. Nice effort there on the opener for Clarence McCullum. And now it's going to be 30 miles an hour. And from there, the boat speed does not change because 30.6 miles an hour is the top boat speed for men's 8. Hi, guys. This is Tony Lightfoot transmitting all the way around the world through usawaterski.org's YouTube. Clarence McCullum go through 28.6 miles an hour at 15 off. Now this is 30 miles an hour. So, 30.4 miles an hour, I do beg your pardon, which is at 49K. For those of you watching us from number 3, so it's actually going to be 2.5, my mistake. So, and at the same time we've got award presentations taking place. So congratulations to all that have placed high enough to receive a medal in the national championships. All right, so moving right along then. We have got Thomas White. Thomas White is our next competitor. All right, we got Thomas White on the water right now at max speed, which means that any pass beyond this is going to be on a shorter line. 15 off, getting strung out a little bit off buoy number 5, and manages to get round number 6, and a decent effort to get through the opening pass of 15 off. He struggled a little bit. Got Thomas White. So Thomas White getting through at 30.4 miles an hour on 15 off. And I tell you what, knows how hot it is until you actually here in South Louisiana in the middle of the summer. And I think it's a wise purchase of one of those radar big sombreros. But we just saw our competitor on the water. That was Thomas. I believe that is going to be a 2 buoy count. 2 buoys at 22 off. That'll put him about mid-table right now. So, right, we continue right along. We got Larry Stogner. Larry Stogner in men's 8, continuing to roll with this division. We're going through these competitors very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, we're on competitor number 5 of 11, so we're just a little way short of being halfway through this slalom event. Now, the next slalom event is going to be a little bit different because that's going to feature 28 off, 14.25 meters. A successful run here will put him in the lead. So Larry Stogner successful through 14.25 meters, 28 off. So good skiing, great effort there from our competitor on the water. So joining us back on Lake 1, name's Tony Lightfoot, Jeff Surde on the opposite side of the desk, and he's got the other web stream. I've got the one on Lake 1, slalom skiing. Larry Stogner, this is at 32 off. There have been a couple of competitors in our previous division category that have gone through 35 off. That was men's 9, and it looks like Larry decent looking opening pass, keeping the flow going, not trying to do anything too out of the ordinary that would deprive him of a proper skiing position, and that's at 22 off. That is John Crane. We'll find out in the fullness of time. Let's see what we can do. This is John Crane. This is at 28 off. Who is announcing on lake number 2. So John Crane on the water right now. It's at 32.3 miles an hour, 32 off. So there we go, and good effort there from John Crane. So decent effort there from John Crane, getting it all together. Getting a little bit pitched out at number 2, and he was fighting against the boat, and unfortunately that line got slack towards the end of the turn and pulled him right off of his ski. You're doing good, Troy. All right, then. So we got David Keller coming into the course at 32 miles an hour at 28 off.
All right, David Keller on the water, 32 miles an hour, 28 off. DNC out there around, oh my goodness, 5 at 1. Look how good that looked. There was 2. Big turnaround, 3.
Nicely done. Continuing to roll, keeping the ski out ahead of it.
Looks like he's going to be challenging John Crane for 2.5 at 32 off, our current leader.
That's okay.
Well, these are our boys one slalomers on the podium right now. Jackson Stable, your national champion, up there on top of the podium. Very well done to him, and indeed to all of the medalists in that particular event. Taking a brief pause to acknowledge those medalists, and now we're going back to our next competitor. Chip Chipman is on the water now. 32 miles now at 22 off. All right, then continuing right along, we've got men's 8 slalom. Oh, and this is at 14.25 meters. This is Chip Chipman whipping that ski around buoy number 2, going cross court number 2. Look at this instant replay. If we slow it down, number 2, look at this instant replay. If we slow it down just a little bit, handle up high, and just not allowing the ski to come up underneath him in the way that he would have liked. And it's going to be a 3 buoy count for Chip Chipman at 28 off.
Still in the lead right now with 2.5 at 32 off the tow rope, followed by David Keller, 1.5 at 32. And we got a couple of 3s at 28 off with, let's see, Larry Stogner and Chip Chipman, 3 at 28 off. So we have a runoff. Just doing the mathematical equations in my head. 1 and 1 is 3 plus 7 squared times 10.
So Stephen Law at the moment. Nicely done. Opening pass. So Steve Law. Okay, my mistake, folks. It is 22 off for the opener there for Steve Law. He'll be coming back at 28 off. All right, so Steve Law on the water right now. This is at 28 off, 32 miles an hour. Trying to stay on the tip of his ski, and he just got way too much on the tip of his ski. He just could not dig himself up out of that hole. A little flat-footed off the second wake into the buoy, and he just couldn't get off the back foot, and that was it for him with half a buoy at 28 off. That is Steve Law. All right, continuing to go right along. We've just seen Stephen Law, and now it's at 32 miles an hour, 28 off for our next competitor, Jeff Wiswall.
And our 2020 Goode National Girls One Slalom champion from Durham, California. Now
All right then, folks, let's continue to roll. We got medal presentations galore, keeping it going right the way along. We got on the water. We've got Jeff Wiswall coming back at 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Managing to take it across course at 32 off. This is Jeff Wiswall, and not looking too bad as he gets around buoy number 5. And he is our solitary competitor in this division so far to get through 32 off. He is your lead dog, and getting ready for 35 off. Coming up next, it's Jeff Wiswall.
Hey, here we go. Men's A, Jeff Wiswall on the water, 35 off. Our current leader. Got one skier after him.
Okay, here comes Jeff Wiswall at 35 off, waiting up on buoy number 1, getting good to go around number 2, and little bit short on buoy number 2, but it is 1.5 at 35 off, and it is enough for the lead. With one skier, there's only one skier remaining who could potentially better that score, and that is Steve Raphael. Okay, continuing right along, as we got a little bit of time, let's mention our sponsors, HO, D3, Conley, and Radar, along with Marine Power, OJ Props, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, and Shoulder Sphere. Webcast being brought to you by Splash Eye, along with Ski It Again, and the 5 regions of the American Water Ski Association, the governing body of tournament water skiing in the United States. Okay, at 28 off, 14.25 meters, this is Steve Raphael. Looking all right on 28 off, but can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong. Put some grunt against that boat, and 32 off beckons for Steve Raphael. So not looking in bad shape. Steve Raphael as he gets ready to try and attack Jeff Wiswell's score. Troy is announcing the slalom on lake number 2, while I'm taking care of business on lake number 1. And on lake number 1, we have Steve Raphael coming back at 32 off. Here we go. Steve Raphael at 32 off, trying to match Jeff Wiswell's effort of getting into 35 off, which he does so. Getting in a little bit deep, but managing to get every bit of those 6 buoys. Looks like a little bit of a breeze is starting to gust up, and that could prove to be problematic for one or two of our slalom skiers. We got Steve Raphael on the water. We got 35 off. Our national champion in men's 8 with that score. Whether it's 5 or 5.5, it's purely academic at this point. Steve Raphael, national men's 8 slalom champion. So well done to him. He finishes ahead of Jeff Wiswell, the only other person to get to 35 off in this section of the competition. And I believe we have a runoff for one of the other places, but we'll find out more information on that in just a short while.
I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, my, my. Oh my, my, my. Call me a king. You can buy me a crown.
I've been skiing on the Energy R1 for a little over a year now. Before the R1, I was on the original Energy, and I was skiing great on that ski. I really had no problems with it, but whenever they released the R1 with the wider forebody,
to be able to get on that ski straight away.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever.
Chip Chipman is on the water right now. On his max speed to 22 off. Looking good, Chip Chipman in the men's 9. We've got Chip Chipman coming into the course, and this is at max speed at 28 off. Max speed for this division, bear in mind. Stogner with the same buoy count, even though their scores ended up on different speeds and different line lengths. It's a very rarely seen situation, but it does mean that in order for the runoff, so imagine, normally in the past, in order to go in on a particular line length short in 28 off or 32 off, you actually had to go in and start in at 2 at 32 off. I do beg your pardon.
Bettering his score with 2 at 32 off in the runoff. Now it's down to Larry Stogner. Let's see.
The pro shop down at the starting dock at 2:45. We have been asked by Bob Harris to have you guys meet in front of the pro shop at 2:45. Always one trickers or their representatives.
Chipman came into the course at 32 miles an hour at 22 off. So because Larry Stogner decided to go in with 32 miles an hour at 28 off, and then from there he can shorten, and then he'll be on exactly the same speed, exactly the same pass, or to affect the change on that run. Which means that Chip Chipman finishes above Larry Stogner in this division. So right, men's 7 slalom. We got Bradley Boyd to get things running in men's 7 slalom. This is a pretty heavy
because today you're in Louisiana.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes.
To get through this opening run, and unfortunately just not getting on the good foot early enough. Starting in at 43k, which is 26.7 miles an hour at 15 off. So A lot of great skiing going on. We've got Bradley Boyd on men's 7 about to make its way back to the dock. Yeah, you tell me. So Pat Combs right now, brown buoy number 4. Can he make it outside buoy number 5? A little flat-footed, but he still manages to keep his composure. And yes, indeed, he gets through that run. Now, a little bit of a struggle, and it's not going to be made any easier by the fact that 22 off, he's going to try with the... So yes, and seeing Pat Combs right there and getting a little strung out. Continuing to roll, though, now bring in Pat Combs at 22 off, or 16 meters. Boat speed... Oh, man alive. He just couldn't get his balance going. And a pass on the jump there, which we see quite a bit here, just not on the slalom ski. So there... Getting round buoy number 3, gets the tight line and gets enough for 3 buoys. So now we have got our next competitor. It's going to be Keith Morgan at 22 off at max speed. Keith Morgan, skier number 3 out of 24 on this list. Ready round buoy number 2, getting pumped behind the boat. Look at him go round buoy number 3 and 4, and can he get round number 5? Cruises number 5, makes it round buoy roll. Morgan, he's at 32 off, looking to take the lead at this point in the proceedings. At 32 off, while we wait for the gate review to run its course. If, of course, Keith Morgan runs through 32 off and the gates are okay on the previous pass, it will be okay. If not, he's round buoy number 2 and not much more beyond that. It's going to be 1 1/2. 1 1/2 for Keith Morgan at 32 off, pending a gate review on the...
Coming in 38 off of round 2, round and 3 ball. Can he get over to...
Whoa! All right. And for the sake of expediency, we're going to go with our next competitor, and that is going to be Doug Kaiser. Momentarily. A lot of skiing going on, and then we've got 2 lakes worth of action here on Lake 1. We got tricks and slalom. The bonus, which slalom skiing will be featured on Lake 1. Conversely, there will also be some trick skiing that will be planned on Lake 2, and that will be a little bit. Got a change of a venue for through at 22 off now. We're at 28 off. So continuing to rock and roll here. We got Doug Kaiser. South Louisiana, was a resident of Baton Rouge and a baker for many, many years. And at 32 miles an hour, 32 off, max speed, shortened line length. Let's see what he could do in men's 7 slaloming. So a good skiing there from Robert Howerton. A 22 on Lake 1. Robert Howerton getting ready for 28 off from the opposite end of the lake. On deck at the moment, we have got John Abel. He too a resident of the great state of Texas. And dropping the handle onto his inside a little bit on buoy number 1, which doesn't exactly help matters. A little bit late, and here comes John Abel now. Whoa, what happened there? No clue what happened there at all. Of course, in just a few moments. And a little late into number 6, but by that time he had enough room to clear the pass, and he gets it all the way to go. That is William Massey. Okay, yeah. All right then. To go in on a shorter line length pass at max speed. to go in on a shorter line length pass at max speed for their particular division. 28 off at 32 miles an hour for James Griffin from the West End. James Griffin, 28 off, in good shape right now, keeping the ski out ahead of him and looking tip-top there as he gets ready for 32 off. Now, so the green loop is being deployed now for our skier on the water. It is James Griffin, slalom skiing in men's 7. Paul D'Alessandro right now getting ready to go. And here we go, on the water right now, 32 off. This is James Griffin. He's at the wakes. He's in the lead right now with All right, then. So, for those of you that are tuning in, experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties so far as our internet connection is concerned, but we're back up, and we'll try and give you the scores for our men's 7 slalom skiers for those of you that missed out on them. Chris Lapointe is our next slalom skier. Now, he's certainly someone to watch. Chris Lapointe, a world-class slalom skier, and has been for quite a number of years. All right, rocking. So Chris Lapointe is our next combatant about to take to the water. All right, so at 32 off for the opening pass at 32 miles an hour, you are now watching Chris Lapointe. Oh, yes, look at him. On a ski of his own brand and looking very, very strong indeed. So that is Chris Lapointe. So Chris Lapointe doing the business out there on the slalom course, and now having gotten through a 32 off, he's now within about halfway down that 35 off pass of taking the lead. 1/2 of 35 is currently the lead, and for Chris Lapointe, that's certainly within his range. All right, here we go. This is Chris LaPointe. 32 miles an hour, 35 off now. Little bit of a hitch and a delay off buoy number 1, but it's something that he's been able to handle before. Good snatch off for buoy number 3. Excellent, and our lead competitor in men's 7 slalom skiing is none other than Chris LaPointe. So Chris LaPointe doing some damage out there on the slalom course. Okay, here he comes. Chris LaPointe at 38 off, 11.25 meters. Oh, look at this. Takes a big old snatch there on buoy number 3. Keeping it going. Look at him go around buoy number 4. Nice hit there on 4. He's round number 5. He will not stop. He will never yield. And that is Chris LaPointe with a 6 buoy count at 38 off. And some battling slalom skiing there from one of the legends of the sport. That is Chris LaPointe. He's now going to have a try at 39.5 off. And brilliant skiing there from the master at his craft. That is Chris LaPointe. Safe to say he has taken the lead, and with gusto at this point. It is none other than Chris LaPointe. Yes, it's 39.5 off. All right, so here we go. Here we go. This is 39.5 off. 10.75 meters at 32 miles an hour or 52K. Gets a bit of a delay on there. Barely able to get round buoy 2 or not get outside number 3. And that is an excellent score for Chris LaPointe at 39.5 off. So that is Chris LaPointe, his buoy count. Chris LaPointe, 62 buoys. Before we go on to our next competitor, Dave Preston, let's have a look and see where that puts Chris LaPointe in the leaderboard. And totally not a surprise, Chris LaPointe in the lead with 2 at 10.75. That's 2 at 39.5 off. James Griffin in second with 1.5 at 35. And there's your tied third between Keith Morgan and Doug Kaiser. And your 5th place is William Macy as it stands right now. All right, then. Skiing next is going to be Dave Preston. So our first score at 39.5 off in men's 7. We're not even halfway. Now with Dave Preston, we are. Skier number 12 of 24, Dave Preston. .28 off for his opening pass. 28 off opening pass for Dave Preston. So here comes Dave Preston. Nicely done. Around all 6 buoys at 28 off. So Dave Preston. All right, taking a look at our schedule. Quick revision there. Boys, trick in boys 1. It's going to be our final event on Lake 1 after we get done with this men's slalom event, men's 7. Lake 2, their final event is going to be girls 1 tricks, having to shift 1 or 2 events to make sure that we finish on time and that we don't run too late. So now, continuing right along, we got Dave Preston. He went in at 28 off. Now this is at 32 off. So now Dave Preston at the other end of the lake, waiting for the green light from the towboat, and and not too sure what's going on, but apparently there's an object in the boat path for our competitor. All right, whilst we continue to resolve the course obstruction, we'll take a little bit of a break.
This is a hat. You can get one anywhere, but today you're in Louisiana. You forgot your favorite one at home, of course, so you got this one and some change. You gave some of that change to the band who got your 2 left feet to dance, and a few dollars to a man who typed up a poem just for you. You saved the rest for a dozen fresh oysters and a Sazerac, one to feed your face, the other to feed your soul. The hat, it's your new favorite, because today you're in Louisiana.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. Call me a king, you can buy me a crown.
Mornings on the lake. The first time I got up and stayed up. Learning how to drive. Teaching our dog to swim. Long summer days, big sprays, and even bigger laughs. These are the moments that made up my childhood, that brought our family together, and the memories I'm now making with my kids. Being on the water isn't just something we do, it's who we are. Make your memories with Mastercraft.
All right, folks, those of you that were watching through the commercials on Lake One, back to men's 7 slalom, we are exactly halfway through. We got Dave Preston, and had a little bit of a situation. He ran, I believe he ran what was it, through 28 off on that opening pass, and then got into a little bit of a situation with the looks like Dave Preston's going to come straight back in at 32 off. He could have actually gone back to the other end of the lake and went back in at 28 off, and then went to 32 off with the pass afterwards. That was entirely his own doing. But now he's going to come in at 32 off for this next pass from the opposite end. Straight up into the course, no messing about. He's going to take a pull out towards the left-hand side, and now slingshots himself towards the right-hand side of the towboat. This is Dave Preston. This is at 32 off at 32 miles an hour. Tries to go in a little bit deep. Oh, and gets around buoy number 3, which gives him a score of 2.5. And 2.5 would put him on the podium as it stands right now. So we're continuing to rock and roll beyond Dave Preston. Dave Preston there with 2.5 at 32 off. Taking a quick look at where we are, we've got, oh yeah, Mike Mosley is about to come into the course now. He's made himself a little bit of a water ski binding industry all by himself in Georgia. And we'll see what he can do with his MOB system. So we're continuing to run through the slalom event, experiencing one or two difficulties with delays and what have you, but had a loose boat guide a little bit earlier on, halfway, well, not even halfway into Dave Preston's set, and it took us a little while to resolve that. But we're now back on track, and our next competitor should be Mike Mosley in men's 7. But before we take Mike Mosley, it looks like we're refueling the boat. So as they take their refueling break, why not take a break with us?
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. Call me a king, you can buy me a crown.
Okay, at 28 off for the opening pass. This is going to be Mike Mosley. Okay, coming in at 32 miles an hour at 28 off, it's going to be Mr. Mike Mosley. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Looking good, looking in very good shape. A native of Georgia, out of Jasper in Georgia, the nearest major town to where he lives, over at Whitstone Lake, or Whitestone Lake as they call it. So, and as my good friend over my shoulder just told us, Chad Hunter, one of the announcers here, the owner of MOB Binding Systems. Special release systems, instead of releasing from the heel, it actually releases through the toe. And Mike Mosley seems to be getting into a little bit of trouble there before he comes in on the next pass. We'll get some more information on that shortly. All right then, folks. Looks like we got Mike Mosley at 32 off, 32 miles an hour. Number 1, and nice aggressive first third of the course. Now round buoy number 4, continuing to roll from one end of the course to the next, and a great looking run, a little bit flat-footed and driving towards number 6, but a good effort, and Mike Mosley will get ready for 35 off.
Back on Lake 1, Mike Mosley coming back out at 35 off. Dropping in for his gate. Nice turnaround 1 over to 2. Really slamming it at 2 and going down 1.5 for Mike Mosley.
Mike Mosley, let's take a look at this instant replay there for him, and this is at 35 off. Little bumpy going in towards number 1, tries to put the hammer down into number 2, but just sliding down course and slack And that score is going to be 1 1/2 at 35 off, 1 1/2 at 35 off, and that is Mike Mosley. Okay, so our leaderboard for men's 7 slalom, you see it right there. Crystal Point way out in front with 2 at 39.5 off. James Griffin and Mike Mosley in a deadlock with 1.5 on 35 off. That's 12 meters you see up right there. Dave Preston in 4th with 2.5 at 32 off. And Keith Morgan and Doug Kaiser in a tie for 5th with 1.5 at 32 off.
All right, we got George Lindy on the water, 32 miles per hour, 28 off. Nice turnaround, 2 over to 3. Bringing it in 4, a little bit of slack, but able to hang on through it, turning 5 over to 6. Good warm-up pass for it.
So our skier on the water in the men's slalom event on lake number 1. That is George Lindy. Taking a good aggressive approach there on the opening pass. I believe this was at 22 off. 28 off, I do beg your pardon. So, yes, we do get confirmation of green rope for George Lindy. 32 off is coming up next. That's because he was able to get through 28 off and make it not exactly easy. There were certainly 1 or 2 points where he could have improved upon, but he had enough of a lead into number 6 to where they didn't really matter too much. So there we go. That is George Lindy. Now let's see what he's got for the next run. On deck, we've got Kiefer Olbreton coming to us out of Tallahassee in Florida, and George Lindy, a native of one of the northern states in the Midwest. I believe actually Minnesota. Here he comes at 32 off, in deep here. Let's see if he can continue to roll through this one. Oh, and taking in a big hit, and 1 hit too many there for George Lindy, and gets 5 at 32 off 5. At 32 off there for George Lindy, which puts him currently in 4th place right now. So we're seeing the little bit of George Lindy that we have remaining at 32 off now. You're looking at buoy number 4. Now at number 5, he didn't look too bad. Went into the edge change. Handle came up towards his nostrils and took the hit, and unfortunately didn't have enough time to recover to get outside buoy number 6. So there we go. That was George Lindy. Next competitor to go will be Keith Olbreton. 32 off start. Skis out of Lake 38, just outside Florida state capital of Tallahassee.
Are we ready for boys 2 tricks?
And hailing out of Quincy in Florida, this is Keith Alberton.
Elgin Faulkner, please come to the award presentation area. Elgin Faulkner. Okay, here we go, boys 2 tricks. All right, you guys ready? In boys 2 tricks. In 5th place from Santa Fe, Texas, Lyric Pavor.
Whilst we wait for Keith Alberton to come into the course, Chris Lapointe still in the lead, 2 at 10.75. No change in second place between Mike Mosley and James Griffin. George Lindy throws himself into the mix with 5 on 32 off, and Dave Preston rounding up the top 5 with 2.5 at 13 meters or 32 off. So here comes Keith Alberton, 32 off. Now, here's the deal. If he gets all the way through this opening pass, then he puts himself in the top 5. Matter of fact, he will put himself in 3rd place, to the best of my reckoning. Actually in 4th place, there we go. That is Keith Alberton. That is a 6 buoy count. And that is on 32 off. A little narrow coming into buoy number 1, but had enough line control and extension coming through the entrance gates, making his way around buoy number 1. And again, a little strung out buoy number 2, though, but it's a pass that he's well used to completing right off the gut. And Keith Alberton, a native of the Sunshine State of Florida, getting everything he needs out of that pass. And living life in the sunshine there. That is 6 buoys for Keith Alberton at 32 off. On deck, we've got Dave Buckley out of Arizona. Dave Buckley, I believe, still skis outside of Crystal Point Lakes in Arizona, not too far outside of Phoenix. Keith Alberton is at 35 off. Getting more than 1.5 puts him in 2nd place outright. Here comes Keith Alberton. Look at, and a long pull. Cannot get outside buoy number 5. Instead, he gets 4 buoys. 4 at... So Keith Alberton with 4 buoys at 35 off vaults himself into 2nd place, therefore relegating James Griffin and Mike Mosley into 3rd place, and George Lindy is now currently in 5th, but way out in the lead is Chris Lapointe with 2 buoys at 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. So now we are in a situation here where we're skiers 17 of 24. We're really blasting through these skiers at this point, and we certainly appreciate them going in on shorter line lengths. It certainly reduces the amount of passes. Now, maybe they weren't necessarily doing it so far as for our benefit, so far as the scheduling was concerned. But maybe they're doing it for energy conservation, and we'll see if that's the case with Dave Buckley at 28 off for his opening pass at 32 miles an hour. Not looking too bad as it stands right now, Dave Buckley. Rocking it. One side to the next. Dave Buckley opens out with 28 off, and he gets through that pass without any problems whatsoever. Okay, we've got Dave Buckley in the course now. At 32 off, Dave Buckley trying to get that pass situated, and he does so. So excellent stuff there from Dave Buckley. We'll look at this instant replay once again. All right, so Dave Buckley, successful at 32 off. And now with that successful score at 32 off, that puts him in 5th place outright, but he's still got a whole bunch of skiing to come. So the returning at 35 off, it's going to be Dave Buckley. Okay, so okay, so now Dave Buckley at 35 off, getting the good start that he needs. He's round buoy number 2, a little bit of a slide there. He's round buoy number 3, continuing to keep the ski up on high. He's round number 4. He's getting later and later down course, but he manages to slip the ski outside buoy number 5. Gets round number 6, and there you go. That is Dave Buckley with a 6 buoy count at 35 off. Great skiing there from Dave Buckley. Okay, and whilst Brad Hartwell is standing by, we've got Dave Buckley on the slalom course. 38 off for Dave Buckley now. Oh, a little bit late on number 2, and looks like it's going to be a one buoy count for Dave Buckley. And just looking, oh, look at that. Once again for Dave Buckley, his edge change into buoy number 1. How on earth he was able to get that ski back down to affect the turn, I have absolutely no clue whatsoever. And Dave Buckley continuing to roll with this run, but just couldn't get outside buoy number 2. So there we go. That is Dave Buckley. We'll continue. We'll continue with our next competitor, who should be Brad Hartwell, who comes to us out of California. Okay, coming in at 28 off for his opening pass. This is going to be Brad Hartwell. So approaching the course now, 28 off. He's got some work to do to get to the higher echelons. Here he comes, Brad Hartwell. Nicely done at 28 off. Good extension, keeping some good rotation going, keeping his center of weight, center of balance over the tip of his ski. A nicely done opening pass for Brad Hartwell. Little bit airborne off the wakes into buoy number 2, but something he was well in control of. And they're showing us an example of how important it is to keep 2 hands on the handle well into the pre-turn. A mistake that a lot of beginning slalom skiers make, and if you're one of those, you're certainly welcome watching this national championship. The mistake that a lot of people make is as soon as they get through the second wake is they throw the handle towards the boat, and they immediately lose width, and in most cases don't even get outside the buoy. In Brad Hartwell's case, he kept that second hand on a little bit longer into the edge change, and the result was he skied better and was in a better position to run that pass. So Brad Hartwell is going to go in on 13 meters or 32 off. Hailing to us out of California, former firefighter by trade. And here comes Brad Hartwell. A little open in towards number 1, but managing to keep the flow going. At 32 miles an hour, the ski does sink a little bit compared to 34 and 36, which means he needs to... Oh, my word, and Brad Hartwell goes down in a dramatic fashion. He gets 3.5 at 32 off. All right, so we have got Brad Hartwell when he gets 3.5 at 32 off, 3.5 buoys at 32 off. And that is his job over and done with. We're now now we're at the point where we've got South Florida native George Levine, who met with us a little bit earlier on around the announcing position here for the webcast, and he wanted to remember that he is certainly skiing for Dave Goode, a pioneer in the sport of tournament slalom skiing. So now at 28 off. Here comes George Levin, skiing on that good slalom ski. Many of our competitors in this event are opting to go with one of Goode's slalom ski models. And nicely done. Good effort there from George Levin. And we'll take a look at this pass again on our instant replay. Men's 11, our slalom. He is one of our last slalom skiers to go in this event. George Levin is skier number 18. 6 more to go, including himself. And at 28 off, pulling out an absolutely scintillating performance there. Good skiing there from George Levin at 28 off. 32 off, the green loop is coming up next. .32 miles an hour at 32 off. George Levin. And a lot of people in this tournament water skiing scene were definitely shocked at the passing of Dave Goode a little bit earlier on this year, and they're certainly skiing for his memory and his legacy in this event. And one of those competitors who is doing just that is George Levin, hailing out of South Florida. Here he comes, George Levin. Good edge changes, good cross-course action. Oh, getting broken over at the waist, however, and And down he goes with almost exactly the same score as Brad Hartwell not too long ago. Let's have a look at this instant replay for George Levin. So George Levin getting bound buoy number 3, got broken over at the waist and then just lost it into buoy number 4 and just couldn't get anything going there. So 3 1/2 at 32 off is going to be the score for George Levin. As we now work our way towards our next competitor, he is a native of Oklahoma, and his name is Mike Bray. We'll get his line length selection in just a moment. He selected 28 off for his opening pass. It's going to be 28 off or 14.25 meters for Mike Bray. So picking up Mike Bray now. Good stretch around buoy number 1 and number 2. Mike Bray looks very, very fit indeed. Has obviously lost a little bit of weight. Has worked hard to get in shape. And there you go. Some great effort there from for Mike Bray. Little dip with the handle, though, off number 1, which wouldn't have helped matters, but an experienced skier out of Oklahoma. This is Mike Bray. Skis at Outlaw Lake, a famous site among skiers in the South Central region. And certainly like his style out there. And a good effort there for Mike Bray at 28 off, now getting ready for 32 off for the next run. So, there's that. 32 off is selected next for Mike Bray, going with the rope schedule. There is a provision, of course, for slalom skiing of an opt-up should they decide that the first pass that they came in at didn't exactly preparing well strategically going forward. So Mike Bray is taking 32 off with the tailwind in the hopes of putting 35 into the wind and maybe have a chance of putting himself on the podium as a result. Here comes Mike Bray. Here we go. Oh, Mike Bray getting a little bit out of shape there off buoy number 3 into 4, but managing to keep his upper body composure the same all the way through. We'll look at this again from Mike Bray. Now looking set to attempt 35 off. Mike Bray. So Mike Bray successful through that run and now getting ready for 35 off. Check if I'm pushing through something on John's, please.
I was all bundled up, you know?
All right, so that is Mike Bray, and that is at 35 off, and that has put him within striking distance of the lead. As a matter of fact, on the face of it, Mike Bray, because he scored 6 buoys on the 12-meter line, 35 off, he is now in 3rd place right now. But he has aspirations to ascend higher, and he can do that if he gets more than 1 on the next pass of 38 off. So at 38 off now, straight into the course, no messing about. This is Mike Bray. Round buoy number 1. Takes it round buoy number 2. He's got 2nd place at the moment. Can he get round buoy number 3? Yes, takes the tug off number 3. Gets round number 4. He's still on track. Up to a point, it's going to be 3 1/2 there for Mike Bray. He's certainly got a decent start. Okay, so Mike Bray getting pitched forward into number 4. And a good effort there. But it came to an end of 3 1/2 at 38 off, of 3 1/2 at 11.25 meters. Mike Bray swims into the shore and will take out here's a lower 3rd and instead replace it with the leaderboard. And as it stands with the leaderboard, Chris LaPointe is still in the lead, but Mike Bray now is in 2nd place with 3 1/2 at 11.25 meters, and there are the remaining scores on the board. Okay, skier on the water right now. We'll get the identity of that skier, and that is Will Bush. Okay, that was at 28 off for Will Bush. Looking in good shape at 28 off. Hardly surprising, really. An experienced campaigner. Skis over at Short Line Lake in just outside Sacramento in California. And a good effort there for Will Bush. He will advance through to 32 off. Our next competitor after Will Bush, he's on deck right now, and that is going to be Chris Kopecky. So Will Bush now is at 32 off. Okay, here at 32 off, this is Will Bush. See how far he gets through. And keeping the ski very much ahead of him, and nicely done. Okay, so Okay, so Will Bush sitting down right now. 35 off is the blue line length. And he'll be approaching the course very, very rapidly in just a moment or so. You're watching the 78th edition of the Goode National Water Ski Championships. Okay, here comes Will Bush at 35 off. Should have no troubles with this pass. Let's see how far he gets. Round number 1 brings the ski hard round. He's on that D3 slalom ski and really working his way from one side to the next. Whoa! And goes inside with the handle and just overcompensated with that. So there we go. That is a Will Bush on that pass of 35 off. Got a decent enough start. Okay, so that was Will Bush, and he scored a 3.5 at 35 off. All right, we're down to our final 4 skiers. Chris Kopecky is our next combatant to hit the water. Just before we take him, a quick reminder of our leaderboard as it stands at the moment. This is going to be a very, very quick hit, so pay attention, folks. We've got Chris Lapointe in the lead. We've got Mike Brain second, Dave Buckley in third.
Scroll up. Just scroll that up. Scroll up. 1 second. We got one boat.
And there, Will Bush sits with 3.5 at 35 off on 12 meters. So now we've got our competitor on the water, about to take to water, Chris Kopecky. And coming in, I believe, coming in at 28 off for the opening pass. Nicely done. All the way through. One buoy to the next. Looking in extraordinarily good shape at 28 off, or 14.25 meters. Now, Chris Kopecky is now getting ready and set for 32 off. All right, now here comes Chris Kopecky. Nicely done. Looking to angulate that ski away from the handle and keeping his upper body moving down course. Also try and keep that ski moving forward as well, because at 32 miles an hour, that ski does react differently compared to running 34, 36. So Chris Kopecky looking strong, looking in good shape. So So 35 off. $35 off for Chris Kopecky. Next run, let's see how he approaches the course on this next run. Good strike. Buoy number 1, look at him go around buoy number 2, keeping the flow going. Nicely done. Trying to work his way cagely, just not trying to do anything too drastic on each turn to detrimentally affect his run at 35 off. That's certainly the case here. We'll look at Chris Kopecky on our instant replay. Beautiful entrance into buoy number 1. Good tight line, tight where he needs it to be. Looser where it has to be for him to be able to whip that ski round. Little bit of a hit there on buoy number 3, which could have cost him. But a well-experienced campaigner knows how to deal with 35 in these types of conditions and gets it to go. Little bit down course off 5, but he had enough of a lead to make that happen. So we're going to go to 38 off for the next run. All right, here comes Chris Kopecky. Chris Kopecky now on the violet line, 38 off. Certainly needs to buckle down here off number 2 and just getting round buoy number 3, getting later all the time. And I'm not too sure where he made it round buoy number 4, trying his best to sell it. And the judges having none of it. It's going to be 3 buoys, 3 at 11.25 meters. Looks like this pass is going to be under review, and here is the reason why. A slow motion going into buoy number 4. 3. And that is the reason. Did he get anything more than 3? So there is Chris Kopecky. We await the result of a review before we bring on our next competitor, who should be Daniel Womath. So Daniel Womath there getting ready for his attempt out there on the slalom course. I'm sure he'll probably go in on 14.25 meters. If he feels himself a little adventurous and wants to put 38 off into the wind, then he's going to have to go 1 pass shorter or decide to go with an opt-up halfway through his set. Right, whilst we wait on the gate review, And there is the current results as they stand. Chris Lapointe in the lead with 2 at 39. Mike Bray, 3.5 at 38 off. 3 at 38 off for Chris Kopecky. Dave Buckling with 1 at 38. Keith Alberton, the highest placed skier not to have made it into 38 off. That is a score of 4 on the 12-meter line or 38 off. So now our next competitor to take to the water is indeed going to be Daniel Womath. Going in at 28 off to begin proceedings. All right. Here comes Daniel Womath. 28 off. This is men's 7 slalom skiing, folks. Whoa, gaining all kinds of bother there at 28 off and just barely managing to get that ski outside buoy number 3. He gets it to go around 4, 5, and by the skin of his teeth, manages to get through the opening pass at 28 off. Now, hopefully he'll have learned something from that about the conditions, about how this course plays. Bear in mind that this slalom course is typically not used in a tournament setting. It's normally the Lake 2 venue that's used primarily for slalom skiing, but because of the deluge of competitors entered in these national championships, the 78th edition of the Goode Water Ski Nationals, we've had to kind of like spread the wealth between the lakes so far as slalom skiing is concerned. We've even had to do that so far as tricking is concerned, which is why we're having boys tricks go on Lake 2 and girls 1 tricks go on Lake 1. So So Daniel Womath. .32 off now, 13 meters. You see up on the top left-hand corner of your screen our exclusive TWBC rope bug, giving you the line length in US and in metric, and thereby informing our good folks across the United States and the world exactly what the line length is at any given moment. Daniel Womath, he'll be back at 35 off coming up next. So Daniel Womath now. He's gone through 28 and 32 off. Time, for those of you that are wondering, is just a little after 5 o'clock in the evening, Central Daylight Time. And boy, do we have enough daylight to spare, even taking that into account. It was important for us to separate the boys 1 and girls 1 tricks event between 2 lakes. So Daniel Womath right now, here he comes at 35 off. Look at him go. Oh, beautiful entrance into that buoy. Excellent turn. Getting on the good foot and how. Oh, it takes a break off buoy number 4. He's good to go around number 5. And number 6, he'll attempt 38 off, 11.25 meters next. Okay, as Daniel Womath concludes his run. Here's your leaderboard in men's 7 slalom skiing there from 1 to 12. Got Chris Lapointe at the top of the pile, and positions 13 through to 18. We've got a few skiers left, and there they are. So Dave Womath right now coming in 38 off, and he's certainly going to affect the leaderboard at the top end, as he is one of the few skiers in this competition to make it through the 38 off. Oh, look at him go. He's still there at 38 off, and he try as he might to challenge Chris Lapointe's score. The best that he's going to get for that effort, it's going to be 4. It's going to be 4 at 11.25 meters, or 4 at 11, 4 at 38 off. And Dave Womath, he is out in outright second place with that score. So Dave Womath getting not getting round the 5th buoy, I'm afraid. Try as he might to sell that, he didn't get the ski outside, so it looks like it's going to be 4. That puts Dave Womath into second place. We've got 2 skiers remaining. We've got Jack Mills coming up last, but before him we'll have Jack Everett. So be prepared to be jacked. All right, Jack Everett, 28 off for opening pass. Looking in pretty darn good shape.
All right, here we go. Jack Everett on the water, 28 off.
Good effort for Jack Womath on the opener.
Enjoys dirt biking, wants to be a famous dirt biker, motocross racer one day. Also enjoys video games, and of course. this COVID-19 and such a sad, sad situation, but it's turned out to be a fantastic National Water Ski Championship. Over 600 skiers coming from all around the country to compete. How great is that?
All right, here we go. Jack Everett back on lake number 1, 35 off. Nice start of this pass number 3 for him as he's out there around.
Okay, Jack Everett at 35 off, leaving him in peace a little bit for the opening two passes of 28 and 32, but at 35 off, he gets it to go. Nicely done. 6 buoys there from him. So we just started boys 1 tricks on Lake 2. We're about to start girls 1 tricks on Lake 1 within about the next 2 to 3 skiers, barring any kind of tiebreaker delays that would ensue as a result of 1 or 2 skiers tying with each other in the top 5. Certainly with the gaggle of skiers that are swarming around 4, 3.5, and 3 at 38 off, that could well be a possibility. Just hope for the sake of the officials that doesn't quite happen. All right, the violet line, 38 off. Here are the range of scores that he's looking for. To relegate Chris Kopecki into 5th, he needs to score more than 3. To drop Mike Bray into 4th, he needs to score more than 3.5. To drop Daniel Wommath into 3rd, he needs to score more than 4. And if he wants to take the lead, he has to run the pass and get more than 2 at 10.75 meters. This is 11.25 meters, 38 off. Oh, getting in deep off buoy number 1, but he's still on top of the ski, and he's looking in good shape. Look at him go. He is made of solid muscle, folks. Round buoy number 4. He is early, he is wide, and he is going to have a crack at Chris LaPointe next.
Jack Everett taking over the 2nd spot with still more skiing to go. Can he do it? Can he take the top ski?
All right, then. So we got a little bit of a situation here. In 2nd place now is our skier on the water, Jack Everett. Obviously, he is in 2nd place right now. He is 2 buoys shy of the lead, which is currently held by Chris LaPointe. Now, if they tie for 2, then there will be a runoff, a potential runoff situation, because even if the score of 2 at 39.5 off is relegated down for a tie for 2nd, it is still a tie for a podium position. So Chris LaPointe, I'm sure, having skied about an hour and a half prior to this, is now looking out in the water to see if his score could well... Coming in at 10.75 meters. Jack Everett, oh, and it's going to be half a buoy.
Half at 39. It looked like he went to move that ski out after he released off the 2nd wake.
Was that Everett Jack or Everett Jack? One more Jack. So we have got Jack Everett there with half a buoy, 0.5 at 10.75 meters, which is half a buoy at 39.5 off. That vaults him into 2nd. Therefore, it means that the only person that could potentially tie with Chris LaPointe and force a runoff, because there are no runoff situations in the top 5 at this time, as you can plainly see on our leaderboard right now. Even all the way to 5th, there is no tied scores. The only person that could produce a tie is our last competitor in this event. It is going to be Jack Mills. So half a buoy at 39.5 off for Jack Everett, puts himself in second place, assuring himself a spot in the top 3. Chris Lapointe is still in the lead, and he skied nearly 2 hours ago now, and should have put a time log as to when Chris Lapointe actually slalomed and given an indication from there. But Jack Mills, he's looking to try and put 38 off into the wind, give him a solid run on that particular pass with a little bit of stopping power to help him out. That's why he's going in at 32 off, and that's why he's looking in pretty darn good shape right now. That is 32 off for Jack Mills. So, here we go, Jack Mills. This is 35 off. A little bit risky to put the tailwind, put the wind at his back at 35 off, but he's thinking a little further ahead beyond this pass, and he's certainly a skier that can afford to do it. Of course, he could have gone in at 28 off and opted up to 35, but that carries its own inherent risk. Better to go with a shortened line length opening pass than risk all with an opt-up just for the sake of feeling a little more comfortable or being out of your comfort zone, you know, compared to 28 off start. So, Jack Mills, now let's see where we're at. We are at 38 off coming up next. I don't know if we can put the leaderboard up there to see what kind of scores that he's looking at, but we've got Jack Mills on the water. We'll wait until we see the instant replay on this pass of 35 off. It looks absolutely magnificent, and we'll take a look at the leaderboard. We got Chris Lapointe at the top, Jack Everett in second, Daniel Womath in. Oh, here we go. This is Jack Mills. You just saw the leaderboard of the scores that he's aiming for, and this is at 38 off 11.25 meters. Our very last skier in men's 7, taking a big old hit off number 4. Needs to keep his balance off buoy number 5, and he'll have a crack at 39.5 off next. So we got Jack Mills. He's gone through 11.25 meters, 38 off. Now there are only 2 scores that are currently above him. So Jack Mills technically is on the podium. He is currently in 3rd place, but should he want to get up even further, he needs to get more than half a buoy. That will relegate Jack Everett into 2nd place and put Jack Mills in that place. But in order for the title, He needs to get over 2 buoys at 39.5 off. Here he goes. Round 1. Okay, he's got second. Round 2. If he could get outside. Oh, no, we're into a runoff situation between Jack Mills and Chris Lapointe. So we got more slaloming to come between Jack Mills and Chris Lapointe because both of them have tied with 39.5 off. Now Jack Mills going into this runoff is as fresh as a daisy. He's just come off the water having attempted 39.5 off. Chris Lapointe, on the other hand, has been off the water for about 90 minutes. And he'll probably have gotten stiff muscles and all that kind of stuff. We'll see which one prevails. Whether the one who's well rested or the one who's just recently come off the water. So. Okay, Jack Mills is our first competitor out in the runoff. That's been determined. And Chris Lapointe will go second. Each of the competitors, by rule, will come into the course at 32 miles an hour at 38 off. 38 off, which is the last completed pass. So a lot of activity by the dock area. Jack Mills getting ready to go. This is our scene from the dock on lake number 1. A lot of buzz going around with that tied score between Jack Mills and Chris Lapointe. Gonna have to wait a second or two because obviously Chris Lapointe needs to be located and needs to be alerted as to the status of this runoff. But wow, the only positions that we know that are absolutely certain right now are positions 3 through 5, those on the podium at the very least. Let's have a quick look at our leaderboard so far as that is concerned. There you see right at the top, tied at number 1, Chris Lapointe and Jack Mills with 2 at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Jack Everett with half a buoy at 10.75 meters, just good enough for third. And Daniel Womoth in 4th place with 4 at 11.25 meters, 4 at 38 off, and Mike Bray with 3.5 at 38 off. The positions from 3 to 5 and everything else beyond that are locked and set in stone. The first 2 positions, not so much. And there are remaining positions 13 through to 21. Just because we're being nice and we like to celebrate everyone who's slotted out there in men's 7. All right, so before we go on, a quick note of our sponsors. USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, along with Tri-Lakes, the local organizer, and Goode, the title sponsor of the Goode U.S. National Water Ski Championships for 2020. We got Nautique, Mastercraft, and Malibu, the official towboat partners of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. Marine Power, OJ Props, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, Shoulder Sphere, and our ski manufacturer sponsors, HO Syndicate, Radar Skis, D3, and Conley. So Jack Mills, he'll be going in at 11.25 meters, his last clear pass. Okay. Jack Mills. Here we go. Entrance gates. Buoy number 1. This is 38 off the last completed pass that he had. Oh, look at this. Look at this. If it was taking a practice set, this would just be a mere extension of that. But this is the competition. This is the U.S. National Water Ski Championships for men's 7. And there you go, Jack Mills. So now we have got Jack Mills coming in at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Bear in mind that he scored 2 buoys on his initial attempt of that line length. And his initial attempt on that line length was from the opposite direction, I believe. So Jack Mills, 39.5 off for the runoff, for all the marbles. Chris Lapointe is on deck. He's probably hiding somewhere, but he's definitely around the start dock area. Here we go, 39.5 off. 10.75 meters. Oh, look at him go. Oh, and I don't think he got the ski round the buoy. Don't think he got the ski round the buoy by the time the handle came away. We're going to take an instant replay on this, and we're going to go at 75% for starters. The judges are reviewing this. No, not from my perspective. It looks like it's just going to be 1, and I think you could plainly see that the handle came away from his grasp before the ski had a chance to make it round the buoy. Therefore, 1 buoy. All right, now we've got the legend. Okay, so the judges agree with our viewpoint here in Webcast Central. It is 1 buoy at 39.5 off, and that is the target for Chris Lapointe. He's got to go out there after nearly 2 hours of rest. He's got to go out there at 38 off, 11.25 meters, cold off the dock and run the pass and then get more than 1. All without snapping himself in half. And Chris Lapointe, an absolute master so far as ski design and technique are concerned, has been doing this since the 1960s. Won the Open Men's Division in the National Championships when he was a teenager. And we'll see what he can do now in Men's 7.
All right, here we go. Chris Lapointe back up on the
Here he comes. Buoy number 1, 38 off. Trains for situations like this. Not very often, but he does. He's round. Look at him go. Look at him go. Round buoy number 4. Round number 5. And game on! Game on. Chris Lapointe, 6 buoys at 38 off, right off the dock. Good. So now we've got Chris Lapointe. He's gotten through 11.25 meters and 38 off. Now he's got to get a piece of 2 for the win in Men's 7. So for the win, he's got to get a piece of 2. So 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. This is not a given by any stretch of the imagination. I do not care who you are. You could be Benny Stadelbauer or Will Asher or Fred Winter. You have the skills. Oh, does he get round buoy number 1? Yes, he gets the win, and Chris Lapointe will sail back to the dock victorious. A 2 buoy count at 10.75 meters, defeating Jack Mills, who scores 1.
Big score, Jack throwing his ski outside of 2.
All right, then. So, for the benefit of our webcaster viewers, you're looking at the tail end of that performance there, courtesy of Chris Lapointe. But I tell you what, Jack Mills, you pushed him. I mean, he'd been off the water for nearly 2 hours. You're as fresh as a daisy coming off. What was going through your mind?
Just trying to put the score out there where it make it harder for Chris to get. I thought I had to get to at least the 3, so I just got too aggressive at the start and made it a little too easy.
Now, you know how much of a legend Chris Lapointe is. I mean, how does it make you feel being out there doing battle with him?
Well, it feels good that I'm close, but I know full well that he's coming off injuries and stuff, that he's not at his full potential. So I think I'm nipping at his heels now, but that won't last long.
All right, then. So the best of luck to you going forward. You've won the silver medal, and skiing for Dave with one of his products there, with the XTR Carbon Core ski from Goode. Certainly done him proud, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not a problem. So that was Jack Mills and Chris Lapointe getting ready to celebrate, I'm sure, in men's 7 slalom skiing. For those of you that are watching. For watching our live coverage. We'll continue to provide live coverage. We're also providing you with an archive of this event, and we'll terminate that portion of the stream in just a moment. But we continue to stream live right here at the 78th Goode Water Ski Nationals. We'll take a quick break right now.
Rising up now, no, I won't back down. Taking my shot now, make you my background. I'm rising up now, no, I won't back down. Taking my shot now, make you my background.
And welcome back to our live coverage of the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships on Lake One. You are watching the start of Girls 1 Tricks. Joy Buka will take to the water first. Here comes Joy Bucher coming into the course.
First pass, another one of our skiers out of Milford, Indiana.
Going past the green buoy, under which the driver is under no obligation to change the boat speed if requested. Past the red buoy. Side slides in both directions. Continuing to rock. Losing a little bit of a balance, however. Trying their best to force that ski round to go in for the 180 to the back, and unfortunately unable to get it to going. Now, obviously, there's a school of thought so far as teaching trick skiers to youngsters. Whether you should go with 2 trick skis to start off with, or go straight to 1. I'm certainly of the belief, and this is my personal view as a coach of trick skiing, that one of the things that builds confidence in kids is having the kids feel gratified and satisfied that what they're doing on the water will actually yield some tricks, you know, and yield some points. And for kids, it's a lot easier to do that on 2 trick skis to gain their stability, and also to help them with the whole notion of spinning on a pair of skis, or even 1 ski going forwards whenever you learn tricking. So, I mean, obviously, a pair of trick skis are rather hard to come by these days, especially new, which is why we have outlets such as Ski Again, one of our webcast sponsors in this event, and they have pairs of trick skis in their catalog list. So if you go to skiitagain.com, right there is the website, ski-it.again.com, one of our webcast sponsors. And you know, for youngsters, I would definitely encourage them to start on a pair of trick skis first of all, get them spinning, get them stable, have them enjoy their time on trick skis, and then you can start to work from a pair of trick skis onto 1. And anyway, that's my 2 cents. So we'll continue to rock and roll. This is Joy Bucher on the single trick ski. Oh, and Joy Bucher going down on the opening trick, trying the 180 to the back. That was a separate pass, and but a good effort there for Joy Bucher. I believe this is her first national championship, so I'm sure that she'll enjoy the experience, and we certainly hope that that's the same for the other skiers as well. Probably for a good portion of them, their first time in the Bayou state of Louisiana, and you know it's a state that's certainly a lot different to many other places in the United States. The food, the culture, everything that's going on about them, you know, and its history dates back all the way through to the Native American times, when they came across the Bering Land Bridge and established themselves in the southern part of what is now known as the United States. History of Louisiana has definitely taken on various twists and turns from the early French explorers who came up the Mississippi River and established such cities as Baton Rouge and New Orleans in the 1700s, to French and Spanish and British strongholds being established in the times that came afterwards. The War of 1812, the Battle of New Orleans, and various other historical notes that have provided a rich tapestry of history for the Bayou State, and certainly if any of our folks here, or if you've seen enough to say I want to go and visit Louisiana, you could definitely, there are definitely some resources for you out there. If you go Google Louisiana travel or Google visit BatonRouge.com, you'll find out all the things that make this this state and this city and this community unique and unlike any other. And if we're talking about food, well, let me stop you right there because it is absolutely out of this world. As one of our commercials said, and pretty much everywhere else in the United States you can order a shrimp sandwich, but in Louisiana it's a shrimp po' boy, and there is a difference. So moving along with girls one tricks, we've got about 17 competitors.
Coming in for trick pass number 1, Walker Blair.
So Charlie Jones approaching the tricks course. Let's see what she's got. A lot of these trickers will actually wear protective vests in order to trick. It won't be anything like USCG approved flotation, but they provide enough padding and enough flotation to help our trick skiers along and for them to gain their confidence. And tries to go for the 360-degree spin and unfortunately goes down. That is a Charlie Jones. Charlie Jones falling about 4 seconds into the run. So there we go. Charlie Jones right here at the National Championships. Goes for the 2 side slides, which she gets. Points in the bank. And a little bit on the back of the ski and rotating backward, rotating ahead towards the back and then deciding to throw the trick about a second or two afterwards. Whew. It is a little warm here. All right, so latest readings courtesy of the Baton Rouge Metropolitan Airport. Temperature 91 degrees, water temperature about 89, wind barely a puff of it, maybe about anywhere up to about 6 miles an hour. That's the local readings from our local weather station, a local NOAA station, which is in Baton Rouge Metro Airport. Our sponsors, we have quite a few of them. We've got USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Tri-Lakes. The title sponsor of this event is Goode for the 79th U.S. National Water Ski Championships. Our Tobo partners feature Nautique, Mastercraft, and Malibu. Marine Power, OJ Props, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, Shoulder Sphere, and our ski sponsors are HO, Radar, D3, and Conley. Next skier is on dockside right now, but Charlie Jones getting ready to go. In this event, Charlie Jones has decided to go with the Nautique Tobo. It's right there on the bottom right-hand corner. Going for the side slides once again. I don't think she has any toe tricks. I don't think she's even dared to put her foot in the toe hold. But I tell you what, she's She's really holding on to that wrap back and trying her best and trying to have as much fun as she can in these national championships. Does she? Oh, and takes a hard slap there on that surface 360 there. Charlie Jones doing the best that she could. So just taking a look at the instant replay, and I tell you what, Charlie Jones looks in fine shape on that one ski, but ooh, taking a big old hit there. Okay, so let's... we got Sadie Anderson now. We got Sadie Anderson. All right, there on the water is Sadie Anderson. We've already got a 1 point score for Joy Bucher, and that is 80 points. There we go. Oh, Sadie Anderson trying to throw that surface 360 and almost came right the way around and skied it away, but unfortunately losing her balance towards the end. That's Sadie Anderson. So it looks like we've got Grace Harden, who is one of our competitors that have benefited from getting their entry fee paid for by Goode to compete in their first ever National Water Ski Championships. There were 13 competitors in total. Looks like we've got a score for Joy Bucher. Joy Bucher, our first skier that we've got right now. We'll get that to score over to you very, very soon. It's going to be... So we're going to throw up the leaderboard. Joy Bucher has 80 points in Girls One Tricks. We've still yet to get a scoring for Charlie Jones. And obviously Sadie Anderson is on the water, so a little early to be asking for a point score there. Here comes Sadie Anderson. All right, not looking too bad. This is Sadie and and taking a huge slap out the front.
Yeah, I want to watch because this is a girl I coach. Started a couple months ago.
So Grace Harden coming into the course. A little bit of tidbit of information here. Has only basically been skiing for about 2 months, and this is her first ever entrance into the national championships. And as such, she was one of those lucky individuals that got their entrance fees paid for, courtesy of Goode. Here comes Grace Harden.
All right. Grace Harden, our next skier on the water.
Oh, nicely done with the side slides, 40 points apiece. Oh, nicely done with the back as well. Going with just sinking in a little bit there, but good effort there.
Coming in on opening pass, trick pass number 1 from Macon, Georgia, Gavin Bickley. Shooting at the Stratford School. The Walker player really kind of dazzled everybody with that opening trick pass of his. It looks like Gavin's going to kind of challenge that, throwing some good-looking tricks here himself. Oh, a nice weight. Front to back, reverse back to front, 360. A reverse 360, come on, Gavin. And he is happy with that, gets that little fist pump in there as he successfully stands up and rides out trick pass number 1. Well, HO Sports is known for carrying top-of-the-line water skis and water skiing equipment. Bring your water skiing to the next level with HO Sports. Visit the HO booth in the vendor tent or log on to hosports.com to learn more. We've got all these great vendors here joining us that we want to shout out about.
Okay, we've got Grace Harden getting ready for a second and final trick pass. All right, so we got Grace Harden coming into the course. I don't think she has too much in her repertoire beyond the tricks that she just performed. I mean, she's only been skiing for about 2 months. I mean, we're not expecting her at this point in that stage of progression to pull out a toe 7 front or anything of that nature, but we're certainly having a good old time out here. We've got girls one tricking on one leg. We've got boys one tricking on the next. Got Mr. Graham Pfizer calling the boys one tricking. There's me on the girls one tricking. Oh, goes it. Oh, nice 360. Manages to get it all the way round. Goes for the reverse touch. Oh, not quite. But I tell you what, that is a good college try there for Grace Harden in her first ever attempt to the national championships. And I kind of suspect that she'll be back. We're looking at the instant replay. Let's see if she gets this round fully round. Oh, the reverse. Very, very close to skiing that away. And okay, and I've got a good friend of mine here, Mr. Bob Harris, who just happens to be the national championship chief judge. Okay, so. Chief Judge of the National Championships, huge weighty responsibility. When you knew that that this competition was going to be heading to South Louisiana, I mean, what was your initial reaction?
Oh, I was very excited. I've known Jay and Ann for many years. They came to our tournaments in Kentucky back in like the 1970s and 80s, so we've known them a long time, and we can't thank them enough for putting on the tournament here after West Palm Beach had to pull out because of COVID. It's just been a wonderful experience. They've done a wonderful job. Their crew and staff, everybody involved has been fantastic.
So great stuff. I mean, we're in day one. I mean, there's 4 more days of a competition. We've got glorious weather right now, and I mean, you just mentioned a little bit about the officials, but I mean, an absolutely star-studded crew of officials, and they're doing an absolutely stellar job in this competition. You certainly would agree with that.
Oh, absolutely. We've got some of the best boat drivers and officials in the world here for this tournament. You could not do better than what we have right here. And so the skiers are going to get the best of the officiating and the driving that they could get. It's wonderful.
And not only are you an official, you're a chief judge in this event, but you're also a coach as well. And we just saw Grace Harden out there. She's only been on the water 2 months and just learning to trick in that space of time. And she got one of those free entries into national championships paid by Goode, and certainly a great legacy of one of the great benefactors for the sport of tournament skiing.
Oh, absolutely. Goode. Let me just say we miss Dave. Dawn is doing a wonderful job picking up. She has sponsored the Nationals for a number of years to go, and they are just doing a crackerjack job of supporting the sport of water skiing. Wonderful.
And long may it continue. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bob Harris. He's the chief judge of the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Thank you, Tony. We wish him and the rest of the crew the best luck going forward. We've got skiers on deck right now, and this is Ada Harden. There we go. There's the sheet. Those are the speeds. About 30 miles an hour. It's not going to be any higher than that, I would say. So, Ada Harden. She's also the recipient of one of the and going down pretty hard to start off the first pass. So Ada Harden taking a pretty brutal fall to start things off with her first pass of 2. We'll see what she can do with the remaining pass to come.
ready for her second pass from Louisville, Kentucky.
Since 1991, Masterline has been the choice of the best water skiers in the world. Today's world record holders like Anna Gay, Regina Jacobs, and Freddie Krueger also choose Masterline. Try our ropes for yourself and feel the difference. Visit us in the vendor tent. Go say hi to Bob and Randy. Tell them Hanky Panky Man sent you. They'll take good care of you. Doug Moore coming.
So we've got Ada Harden coming into the course right now. Currently a sister with 170 points is the lead competitor, Grace Harden. Oh, and taking a bit of a spill there. That's Ada Harden, and I think her points total is going to be about 80 points, which is much the same as at least 2 or 3 other competitors on the leaderboard at this time, whether it's Charlie Jones or Sadie Anderson. On deck, our next competitor. Find out who she is in just a moment. So we've got Kayla Meeker is our next competitor up. And now Kayla appears to be someone who's pretty darn smart with her approach, because she's coming into the course on 2 trick skis. Now, trick skis yield half the points as their respective 1-point totals. Whereas a 1-ski side slide scores 40, a 2-ski side slide scores 20. But the chances of a skier on 2 skis actually getting further down the pass and actually doing some surface turns and actually boosting up their total is definitely a lot better. There you go. That is a 180 to the back. Keeping the flow going. And a little bit of a bounce as well, trying to upweight. There we go. There's the 360. Let's see what she could do with the 720 spinning round like a top. A little bit of a hitch in the middle, which means that the 720 may not be scored, but she has side slides, and we'll see what she's got. And she may even have some 1-ski tricks to come. So there we go. That is Kayla Meeker. So we're looking at some scores so far in Girls One Tricks. Grace Harden there with 170 points, as I surmised a little earlier. And we've got a three-way tie for second between Joy Booker, Charlie Jones, and Sadie Anderson, each of them with 80 points, which is basically a one-ski side slide in each direction. Just received the score for Ada Harden, and not totally unexpected, she gets 80 points. So there's now a four-way tie for second place in the Girls One Tricks. I don't think that's going to last for too much longer, though. As we get towards the halfway point, then we'll start to see some of the more higher echelon performing Girls One Trickers on deck right now, and we'll try and rejoin right now Kayla Mika. There we go with one ski. That's the flexibility that two skis give you. Gives you the ability to have a pass in with two skis, whilst allowing you to have a chance to go with some one ski tricks to follow after. Oh, look at that, a 360 spin. Yeah, throws the fist. Oh, loving it. Now, come on, try the reverse, the reverse, the reverse. So I think 20 seconds would have expired by now. And good effort there from Kayla Mika. Nicely done, and good effort there from Kayla Mika. I think her score might be enough for the lead. We'll try and get the total in due course, but I tell you what, that's definitely going to pressure the lead of Grace Harden right now in the Girls One National Tricks event. Those are the 5 scores that we have into the announcing point as it stands right now. Grace Harden in the lead with 170, and every other score is 80, which means it's a 4-way tie for second. Right. Next competitor to take to water will be Charlotte Pavor.
From Santa Fe, Texas.
All right then, folks. Hailing out of the Lake Santa Fe venue in Texas, Lago Santa Fe. Host of the National Championships a couple of seasons previous to this one. Charlotte Pavor. There you go, Charlotte, with some side slides, making sure that they're scored. Wrap back and wrap front. Does she go for the back-to-back? Or she at least goes for the wake front from inside to out, and a good little effort there. That is Charlotte Pavor. So Charlotte Pavor seeing the tail end of the instant replay, and I'll tell you what, we've had some great support of our webcast from the start, and continue to do so with one of our great webcast sponsors. That is Splash Eye, who offer you some specials. We'll see those in a moment. We got Splash Eye, skiitagain.com, and the 5 regions underneath the AWSA umbrella, the American Water Ski Association. Here are your Splash Eye specials. You've got a pretty basic one with a simple grid course and jump measurement replacement, compatible with Windows 10 and with USB video capture. That is retailing for $500. Or if you really want to go to the latest and greatest fully functioning model for a number of different uses, you can go for National Special number 3. You see it right there. But if you want more details, go to splasheye.com/nationals for more information. All right. Charlotte Pavor. Now, I don't know what Charlotte Pavor has in her repertoire, and looks like she's standing on one leg. It could mean that she has maybe 1 or 2 toe tricks. Need to have a look at the view behind the boat to confirm that. Looks like it is going to be 1 or 2 toe tricks. Is she going to go for a toe side? Tries that. I believe she gets that to go. A toe side is 130 points alone. Let's see what she could do with the foot in the toe. Can she go to the toe back? Come on, girl. Come on, pull that line and flip it. Come on. Unfortunately, not getting much beyond the side, but a good effort there. Nice to see her competing in Girls 1. That is Charlotte Pavor. Grandma is in the boat, manning the pin, and I'm sure that she is pretty pleased with the effort put forth by Charlotte Pavor in the Girls 1 trick event. We're going to have the leaderboard come up real soon with an updated score. So sit tight as we continue on with the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships. All right, so on the water right now, we have got Tessa Ratita. Side slides. That's 80 points already in the book. Wrap back and wrap front. Reverse wrap back. Reverse wake wrap front. Look at her go. Does she go for tries to go for the back-to-backs and losing her balance a little bit, but some good solid points there by Kayla Tita. Skiing behind that Mastercraft Pro Star. So looking in very, very good shape indeed. Oh, and down she goes. But she has one more pass of tricks to come. Maybe she will try some toe tricks beyond the toe slide side. We'll see what surprises she has for us. That is Tessa Tita on the water right now. On the other video webcast, we got Boys 1 Tricks. They're approaching the halfway point as we are with our tricking event. We're actually on skier number 8 of 15. So we are over the halfway mark. So We're going to get an update on the current scores. We've had one additional score put on the list, and that is Kayla Mika with 150 points. That puts her in second place. Grace Harden still in the lead with 170 points, and we have a four-way tie for third place between Joy Booker, Charlie Jones, Sadie Anderson, and Adea Harden. Some decent scores out there as girls one trickers continue to rock and roll out there in the 78th edition of the Goode National Water Ski Championships. All right, here comes Tessa Tita into the course right now. So here we go. We've got Tessa Tita. Not looking too bad. Just tries the 360-degree spin. Unfortunately, comes up a little bit short on that one. And that's where we continue to roll right along. So as we continue to go right along, I've got my good friend here from across the years, Mr. Russell Gay. How you doing, sir?
Good. How you doing, Tony?
Not too bad. I know you're a little bit nervous whenever it comes time for me to talk to you, wherever we happen to be around the world with world-class tricking events. We're here at the Nationals for the 78th edition, and I tell you what, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of styles and a lot of techniques where it comes to actually instilling confidence, especially in girls one tricks. Now, I've thrown out the possible idea that starting on two skis is probably best. You probably have something slightly different to offer.
Yeah, we with Anna and Ella, we skipped, and Ryan, we went straight to one ski. So Ella actually went from training skis to one trick ski and never did two skis. So we just went right to the one ski, got him a 41-inch ski, a good reflex, hard shell boot that fit nice, and gave them a lot of control, and they were able to progress pretty quickly, especially starting with a boom or something like that. And they can progress to the side slides and the backs and fronts pretty quickly on a boom. So that was a good way to get them in a relatively quick manner up onto one ski.
And you're probably the best person that I can ask this question to. What about ski selection? So far as the ski is concerned, because obviously if they go too large, it's really hard to turn. If they go too small, then they're going to grow out of it very soon, and it's not going to work for them beyond about the first 2 to 3 months.
Well, back to the two skis also, that's partly the ski selection as well. The skis are too wide now to do two skis. When I was a kid, they were designing the skis to be ridden as two skis, so they were much narrower. But a 41-inch ski for most of these kids is a good size to start on. It gives them a lot of years to progress. Anna's still on a 41 for toes, so she's been on a 41 her whole life skiing. The hard shell boot is what really helps as well. So between the bigger ski and the hard shell boot, you get lots of control.
Okay, I've got one more question to ask of you. Our skier on the water right now is Zoe Atwell, and she's coming into the course about 13 miles an hour. Okay, Zoe Atwell going through the green buoy. Actually electing to go with a wakeboard. Now, that's a third school of thought that we haven't touched upon. Now, wakeboard spins actually are scored as 2 ski points as per collegiate rules, and that is obviously translated to AWSA scoring as well. Now, she makes it all the way down the lake. And there we go, all the way through and a decent pass. Now we've got Russell Gay here. I spoke to him a little bit there and imparting some knowledge about trick skiing. There's another school of thought. One ski, two trick skis, maybe start off with a wakeboard. Now, I know that you've been a wakeboard aficionado way, way, way in the past, so I'm sure you got some thoughts on that as well.
Well, she was excellent on the board and really was able to keep the toe pressure on these 180s and really keep the line tight. I think though wakeboard is a great way if it's for some kids to get started, and it's I like the fact that the feet are on the board together. And the only other worry for me on the two skis is that if the bindings are tight and the skis are big and the kids are catching edges, a lot of times they're doing the splits and they can get hurt. So I've seen people tweak a knee or ankle with the two skis because one's catching. So one advantage of the wakeboard, it gives you the surface area like two skis, but the feet are both attached, and you're not going to catch one foot and not the other. And do the splits. So. But I think you're right at this point. You're just learning body position. She had excellent body position on that pass. Had excellent line control. Had excellent body awareness of where to keep a slight lean away from the boat the whole time through those 360s, so not to catch an edge. So she's got really good awareness, and that's the key right at this age, is to learn those basic skills. And they transfer to slalom, jump, anything you do. So that's any of that's good if you can get them on the water.
Excellent stuff. And we're going to see Zoe Atwell come back in for a second pass, and I'm going to and just to reward you on actually talking to me on the microphone and addressing the people, I'm going to give you a chance to plug Masterline and also Eagle Wetsuits, which is part of that Masterline umbrella that was acquired, I think, like about 2-3 years ago now.
Yeah, about 4.
The 4th year. Okay, so we'll have a look at Zoe Atwell as she comes back in on her second pass. Take a quick look on that wakeboard still, and getting some height, some good confident height there with that 180-degree spin, and spinning and continuing to roll out. I think she's out of breath here at this moment in time. Continuing to go, tries to go for the surface 7, and even Russell's trying to trick along with her a little bit, imparting a little bit of motion into the proceedings. And there you go. All right, Zoe Atwell all the way through. So, all right then. So, as promised, as we look at Zoe Atwell's instant replay, tell us a little bit more about Masterline and also Eagle, which has been part of your company structure for like the last 4 years now.
Yeah, Masterline is the majority of our products are made in the USA. We are based in Orlando. I've owned the company since '91. It was named by Mick Neville, who won the overall competition at the Masters. So he wanted to come up with a name that, kind of signified what he did at the Masters. And so that's how we became Masterline. And it's been a company run by skiers, and most of our company has skiers that have been in long-term working there. We even had Sean Hunter. He was working for us this summer, Bill and Ropes. So Randy Schoner, who's my general manager, he's been a long-time skier and skied in even the professional level, but it's great to be back here at Bennett's as well. I ski the 84 regionals here, so this has been a while since nationals. 84 nationals here. So both my wife and I both skied at that national. So a lot of memories from being back then, and now my kids are here skiing it. So it's a lot of fun.
Yes, indeed. And I need to take a closer look at Sean Hunter's hands to see if there are any blisters on the fingertips with the FIDs and stuff like that after building ropes. I'm sure that he's put a lot of hours in there. But you have your vendors stall here. You've got your lines and your wetsuits and everything like that. But obviously, people would want to go online to check out your products. So tell them where to go.
Yeah, MasterlineUSA.com. We have all of our Eagle product and our Masterline product. Our Eagle vest, too, I didn't mention that, but that's all made in Houston. It's all of our Eagle wetsuits are made in the USA, and it's something we specialize in, the high-end niche suits for jump, barefoot, show ski, and then those ski vests for slalom. So we've had a great year, and we really appreciate everybody's support. It's kind of a crazy year, but really people's out boating, and they found that to be a really safe activity to do this summer, and everybody's taking advantage of their time either off of work or the time to get on the lake. So we appreciate everybody's support purchasing Masterline products.
Excellent stuff. Built in the USA and built USA proud. There we go. That's Russell Gay, representing Masterline and Eagle. Thanks a lot, and he's also provided us with a little bit of commentary so far as the girls one tricking is concerned. And we'll see what's coming up next. I believe we've got June Phillips about to come into the course. She actually pulled out to the side of the boat. I think that she got into a little bit of difficulty, but we should have some more points coming up as we continue the 78th Goode Water Ski Nationals. So we should have our next competitor. We're about 6 skiers away from calling it a day on lake number 1.
Milford, Virginia, Ricky Davis.
And from Wake Forest, North Carolina, June Phillips.
He took third in the slalom event today.
All right, so here we go. This is June Phillips approaching the course. Coming to us out of the Tar Heel state of North Carolina.
Just amazed by these little guys. This is fantastic.
There we go. A good spin to the back. It goes for the hand. Oh, very nice. Very straight back. Very proper in terms of her technique. Obviously being instilled to her with hours upon hours of training. There's the wake back. Here comes the wake front. Does she have anything left? Maybe a reverse wake back. Don't think she's committed to that reverse wake yet, but she gets all the tricks that she wanted to on pass number 1 underneath her belt. All right, latest scores in the tricks event in girls 1. Zoe Atwell with 610 points. Remember, she was the tricker who came in on 2 skis and performed a whole pass of those tricks and then came back and did some tricks on 1 ski as well, so definitely benefiting with that strategy. And there you saw the remainder of the tricks on that leaderboard. On deck right now, we should see Natalie Gustafsson, and after her we'll have maybe about 4 or 5 more competitors. But here we go. We've got June Phillips, girls 1 tricks. So it looks like June Phillips falling a little bit early on that second pass. So getting some scores, some trickers underneath our belt. They're on the penultimate skier right now, with Ricky Davis on boys 1 there. Graham Pfizer doing an absolutely fantastic job calling the event there on lake number 2 on our other webcast stream. I'm right here on the Lake 1 webcast stream for Girls 1 Tricks. Just a reminder that we start our events at 7 a.m. Tomorrow morning. 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. I don't think the events will have shifted any. So if you look at the webcast player for tomorrow, tomorrow being Wednesday on both lakes, you should see the schedule in the description, and that should tell you what's occurring. So Natalie Gustafsson about to take to the water. She is our fifth skier from last, about to take to the water. All right, here we go with our next competitor on the water. This is Natalie Gustafsson. One ski side slides, now goes into the wrap back. I believe a reverse will be forthcoming, which it is. Now, let's see what she's got. The wake back, the reverse, the wake front. Now, does she go for the reverse wake? Not this time. 360-degree spins. Couple of side slides, just to make sure, and takes a dive towards the end of that first pass of two. So, got Natalie Gustafsson rather in the water at this point. And we're going to get our point scores, latest point scores. We should have the 500-point score of June Phillips on our leaderboard as it stands right now as we look at the starting dock for Lake 1. But Miss Zoe Atwell is certainly the top scorer in the trick so far. We've still got a few competitors to go. Got Elise Malletz there on the dock. And we got Risa Bloyer, Grace Law, and Marley Pavor. All right then, folks, continuing right along. We're almost at 6:30, which means we're into a 12th hour of coverage here on both lakes. All right then, continuing right along. Here we go. Natalie Gustafsson, toe tricks. Oh, goes for the toe wake back. Now continuing to ride this one out to toe front. I don't know why she went with the toe wake back. It's certainly an unusual trick to start off with toes. Didn't even go for the toe side slide beforehand, but I tell you what, great effort there, Natalie Gustafsson. So we'll be interested to see what this replay reveals so far as Natalie Gustafsson's tricks are concerned. There, that was her first major trick, the toe wake back, actually going from outside to in. Rather unusual in itself, the fact that she did it that way, but even more unusual, she did it as the first trick in her second 20-second pass. So I tell you, some good skiing there for Natalie Gustafsson. And if you ever want to do toe trick skiing and are a little bit frightened of catching an edge, probably the best thing to do is actually catch some air and rotate the trick that way. It works, obviously, for Natalie Gustafsson. All right, then. So the tricks event has come to a conclusion on boys 2.
All right, next up on the skier, Elise Malitz, our number 4 seed skier.
And Elise Malitz on the water right now. All right, so we're now going on to Elise Malitz, our 4th skier from last on the water, as we continue right along with Girls 1 tricks. There'll also be some award presentations taking place upon the immediate conclusion of Girls 1. We've got some medals to give out. And some champions to crown. Yes, indeed. Here comes Elise Mallet with toe tricks. We'll see how she's getting along. Here she goes with the toe wake back. Not so much height on that toe back. They might take a rather dim view so far as the point scoring is concerned on that basis. But she goes with a toe back to back. Foot out of the bear trap, and yeehaw! There you go. She's a happy camper. She'll ski all the way to the dock, and she'll celebrate a fine effort here at Tri-Lakes. Okay, so continuing to rock. Got a girls a tricking competition. We've seen Elise Mallets right now. Now we're down to the final three. We got Reese Blyer. All right, here we go. Reese Blyer. Continuing to rock and roll here with her surface tricks. Here comes Reese Blyer. Wake back. Here comes the wake front, making sure she gets her plenty of air for it to be scored. Yes, she does now. Goes for the surface turns, and unfortunately coming up short on the first attempt to the surface though. But that's Reese Blyer, who comes to us out of the state of Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, as they say. And you'll take in the instant replay and see how well she did. All right, so Reese Bloyer coming in. Second and last 20-second pass. Goes for the surface 360. Let's see what she's got. There we go. Tries the reverse. Looking pretty strong. Looking good. Looking pretty good. Wake back, wake front. Now she's going to edge out. Is she going to try a flip? Not quite, but there you go. You never know. She might be tempted to do one day, you know. But there you go. Reese Bloyer skiing all the way back to the dock. That saves her parents having to pluck her out the water. But there you go. That is a Reese Bloyer. Good effort there as she skis all the way to the end. So continuing on in girls one, tricking. I think we've got maybe two more skiers to go. As a matter of fact, we do. It's going to be Grace Law that'll be taken to the water next, and following her will be Marley Pavur. All right, here we go. Grace Law. There we go. Starts off rather briskly with some wake tricks, trying to get the tempo up very, very quickly with some wake back-to-backs are thrown in for good measure. And here we go. Grace Law, 360 spin, spins in each direction, and there we go. Nicely done. Confidently put together. So Grace Law coming to us from Virginia. We'll see what she's got. Grant. So Grace Law, the next generation of a famous skiing family from out of the eastern region. The matriarch and patriarch of that family all originated from Sparta in Virginia, and members of that family migrated south to the warmer weather and water of the Central Florida area, which Grace Law hails from. All right, so here we go. Grace Law. And that's pretty easy to remember. Her toe pass is going to be 12.2 miles an hour. Her opening pass of hand tricks are going to be 13.2. So a 1 mile an hour difference. That's easy to remember, I guess. So let's see what Grace Law has got for us. Come on. Oh, there we go with a surface reverse toe back. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Making sure that it's a good solid edge all the way through. Whoa, goes for the toe back-to-backs. A little skittish to start, and it didn't improve towards the end. But I tell you what, good effort there. Good effort there for Grace Law as she swims into the shore. So, now we're down to our last competitor. Last competitor being in Girls 1, Marley Pavor. Okay, there's the leaderboard right now. Natalie Gustafsson, our only skier, over 1,000 points. Reese Bloy with 780 in second place. Zoe Atwell with 610 in third. And there you see the remaining placements. The one score that we do have missing, however, is Elise Mallet, so we're waiting for her total to come through. As we are also waiting Grace Law. So in Girls 1, one more skier to go. It's going to be Marley Pavor.
Is your only job announcing?
Not my only job, no.
Are you skiing in the tournament?
Not in this competition, no. All right, our final skier of day number 1 action. Final skier of day number 1 is going to be Marley Pavor. All right, we have got Marley Pavor getting ready to go. Taking a little bit of time before we bring her in. I'm not too sure why. It's like some problems with the rope in the boat, but we'll get that fixed in short order. All right, final competitor. And selecting a comparatively high boat speeds, a 15-mile-an-hour opening pass, and nearly as fast coming back. Here comes Marley Pavor behind the Malibu TXI. Let's see what she's got. Needs to get over 1,000 points. A good ways over 1,000 points to take the win here on that Conley trick ski. So Marley Pavor, wake back to back. There's the reverse, continuing to roll with the surface back to backs. Does she have an for the surface turns now? That could put her in a little bit of a precarious situation, depending upon how she comes back and recovers from that with the toe tricks that she has scheduled on pass number 2. So excellent tricking up to a certain point, including those wake backs and wake back to backs. Good solid reverse initial and reverse wraps. So, Marley Pavor. Second and final pass coming up momentarily. Okay, looks like we got a new lead score in girls one trick in Elise Mallets with 1,140 points. Natalie Gustafsson, they're relegated to second with 1,010 points. Reese Ployer in third with 780. Zoe Atwell with 610. And Tessa Arteta there, currently in fifth place. We're waiting on the score for Grace Law, of course. And quite naturally, the final score of Marley Pavor. There we go, Toho out. Now that's to the back, to the front, reverse back, reverse front. Now she's got toe side slides. I kind of get the feeling she is in her element and in her comfort zone when she's doing toe tricks compared to hands. Look at this. Toe surface tricks. Does she go for the steps or does she shut it down? She shuts it down, and ladies and gentlemen, there you go. That is Marley Pavor. We're going to stay online. We're going to wait until our remaining 2 scores are released, and then we'll terminate the day 1 webcast for Lake number 1. It's been an absolute privilege here at Tri-Lakes, announcing for the action that took place on Lake number 1, as we see the tail end of the instant replay for Marley Pavor. And she takes the handle off her foot and says, I'm good. Take me to the dock. Thank you very much. All right, as we get ready to wrap up things here for day number one, let's have a let's quickly mention our sponsors. Yes, our event sponsors: USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Tri Lakes, and Goode Carbon Innovation. Our towboat partners for the USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Federation is Nautiques, Mastercraft, and Malibu. Our other sponsors, there you see on the sponsor board right there, and just to supplement that, our webcast sponsors featuring Splash Eye and skiitagain.com, and the 5 regions underneath the umbrella of the American Water Ski Association, the governing body for tournament water skiing in the United States of America. So we continue to stay online because we still got 2 scores remaining to be released to confirm the medals in this Girls 1 National Championship trick event. You might see a change in position, actually 1 or 2 changes in position. All right, a beautiful day's worth of skiing, and it comes down to our final 2 scores being released. All right, then. Looks like we got another score that's just come through. It is for Mali Pavor. This could be enough to take the title, but we still have 1 score remaining, and that is for Grace Law. So I'll hold off on announcing the score for Mali Pavor until I get the score of Grace Law is released, and that shouldn't take too long, I would surmise. They're probably just out of abundance of caution, taking their time and reviewing and making sure that each one of these scores is correct. So waiting on the score for Grace Law. So we've got just to keep you informed, we're just waiting on one final score to come. That from Grace Law to determine the final spot, quite possibly on the podium. Marley Pavor, you see at the top right now. She was our last skier out. Now before her was Grace Pavor, which kind of begs the question: what's taking time to assess Grace Law's score? Is there something there that could potentially put her in front of Marley Pavor? So, for those of you still tuned in to the webcast on Lake Number 1, we certainly appreciate your perseverance and patience, because I'm sure, like me, you are eagerly awaiting the score of Grace Law. I'm going to try and stay on here for as long as humanly possible until we actually find out that score. That will officially put a cap on the skiing that we've seen on today's action on Lake Number 1. Certainly hasn't been without its unusual moments. But I tell you what, that runoff a little bit earlier on today in men's 7 slalom skiing with Chris Lapointe taking the win, that was something for the ages, I would say. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, the final score that you have been waiting for. And trying not to say this without rhyming. Okay. Our latest score is that of Grace Law, who gets second place with 1820, which means that your top 5 looks like this. Reese Bloyer with 780 points. Natalie Gustafsson with 1,010 points. Elise Mallets with 1140, Grace Law with 1820, and your provisional National Girls 1 Trekking Champion is Marley Pavor with 2,300 140 points. And with that, we'll start to pack things up a little bit and start to shut down this webcast. But for those of you that are still joining us, thank you very much indeed. A quick mention of our sponsors before we jet on out of here. Our sponsors consisting of USA Water Skiing, Wake Sports, Good Carbon Innovation, and Tri-Lakes. Our towboat partners, Nautique, Mastercraft, and Malibu, Marine Power, OJ Prop, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, Shoulder Sphere. Our ski sponsors, D3, Conley, HO Syndicate, and Radar Skis. Our webcast sponsor, we'll get those right up for you. It's Splash Eye, Ski It Again, and the 5 regions under the umbrella of the American Water Ski Association, the governing body of tournament water skiing in the United States of America. My name has been Tony Lightfoot. It's been great to have the pleasure of your company, and we will terminate this stream right after the upcoming break. We've got more skiing to come, continuing on tomorrow, Wednesday, with the 78 for Good Water Ski National Championships. But for now, I say I bid you adieu, and I will say ciao for now as well. Ciao.